This stream is for entertainment purposes. The opinions expressed by the participants might be exaggerated for comedic effect. Harsh language can be used. Thought-provoking or controversial topics may be discussed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. And hello, Tyler, for joining me.
Hey.
Sorry for being a bit late. We were getting caught in the pre-show talk.
Yep.
Talking about fighting, which is a topic that we both share interest in, and it's kind of linked to what we're going to talk about tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Want to talk about weapon damage in RPGs, and that's a reaction to a video that Shad from Shadiversity made. And I think we're going to go broader on the topic, where we compare basically the damage, and we're going to watch the video a bit together. We're going to skip through it and stuff like that. And that was interesting to bring Tyler on the subject because he is a MMA instructor and a fight enthusiast and an RPG enthusiast. So I think his perspective is going to be interesting. How you been?
I've been all right, other than blowing my knee. But other than that, I've been pretty good. I'm really itching to get back in the gym. That's the thing that sucks the most. Isn't even the pain of walking around on it, and having to work, but it's not being able to do anything strenuous.
And if you don't give it a good rest enough, right, you're gonna make it worse, and then it's never gonna heal right.
Right, and I don't want to turn it into a full tear, but
Yeah, and when as you get older, you accumulate those little injuries that keep nagging you.
You get worse and worse. Yep.
Yeah, and when you talk to like a physiotherapist or something like that, they're all gonna tell you like, well, they're gonna give you advice to go back to training, and they're gonna tell you like, well, but anybody that is a bit athletics and like to do sport always re-injure himself.
And that's what they're saying is it's such a struggle because every doctor's like, hey, you're just you're an athlete. That's probably, and I'm like, it was a non-impact injury, and I've never injured that knee before. And then they sort of go, that's weird. Anyways, here's these pills, go away. So that's been frustrating, but it's
the physiotherapist, right? They're saying that's what I've been told. I say we always tell people like, oh, when you can go back to training, but go slowly. They always goes too hard because like they don't have a concept of what like slowly or easy is. I think if I'm correct, I think Conway. Hello, by the way. I don't know what his name should be for. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, the mascot.
The mascot. Oh, in the background.
Yeah.
In the thumbnail, the guy in the thumbnail, I call him the écorché, which is in art when you have like those drawing. Écorché is the French word for flayed, but it's the word that's used in art for like those anatomical model without skin, and it goes around the AI restriction on violent imagery. If you tell him to do an écorché,
really,
if you're asking to draw a flailed man, he won't do it. How can you do an écorché? Oh yeah, that's fine. It's hard.
There you go.
There you go. Don't explain what the. Oh, I get it. I just got it. Why it should be called for. It's skin. There you go. There you go. Hello, Kedolo. Of all things being equal, yes, people have opinion about like before we get into the topic. My short answer either way works, but that will make a good video. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but there's reason. Like the important thing is to have reason for what you do. Yeah. Well, my thoughts should be known on this.
Should they?
Oh yeah, there you go. In the thumb. Riot. Hello, Big Bad. A dagger should do more damage than a spear. There we go. We have an opinion there. And Dice Tail, hello. And we're gonna skip the next one. Kingmaker, hello. All right.
Oh man.
So should we watch the video a bit?
Well, it's your stream and you suggested it, so I'll let you lead on that one. I'll just be here.
I'll play the video a bit. I'll skip around.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna get the gist of what he's talking about, and we'll go from there.
Right.
I put the link for the full video in the description below. So if you think I post too much or if you want to, if I skip and you want to watch the whole thing, well, you can just fucking go watch the whole thing. What do you want me to tell you? All right, loud, loud.
A little loud.
Greetings, I'm Shad.
And greetings, I'm Tyrant.
So, Tyrant, this video is one that I've been quite interested to do for a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what inspired it?
Was it that short, like that D&D short?
Yes. So it was a short of my full larger video looking at the largest lies or misconceptions about weapons in video games and RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
And in that video, I made a point that a dagger, and I demonstrate with this one, should technically be able to do as much damage as a spear.
Yes.
All right. But daggers always get like puny, pathetic damage. But look, if you were to stab someone to the same hilt, length as this, it would do as much damage.
Yeah.
Now, people did raise an interesting point that I want to test here. They said, well, the spear you've got 2 hands, you can put more leverage into it, and so you'd be able to stab deeper, so a spear should do more damage.
Sure.
There you go. You have some thought on that?
This is a misunderstanding of the terms leverage and structure. There's no leverage. The leverage,
There's no leverage on,
is not
there's
what's
no
giving
leverage.
you.
You stab somebody.
This is so Fiore would call this stabile and instabile, so stable and unstable. We have stable positions and unstable positions. The weight of the weapon is not actually what's doing a lot of the damage here. It's how much of your weight that you can put behind it, because I mean the weight of these things is only off by a few pounds
also,
here
like,
or there. But
there's one thing that bothers me. You say like, oh, you have two end on the spear.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not often.
Yeah, not always. Yeah, it depends on the context.
Not always. Like on pike, yes.
Yeah.
But most of the time when people use spear, it was with shield.
Yep. And
like, it'd be like very rare to have a spear without a shield unless you go with a pike.
Yeah.
Something that is like very, very long, right?
And that's an important distinction in of itself. The most people think that a pike and a spear are not as different as they actually are, but pike are super, super long. Some of those were getting 20 plus feet long.
You think you think they're not that different, pike and spear?
No, I think they are very different.
I think they're extremely different.
They're
like the way you use them. Like,
if you guys have never seen, Bjorn Ruther has a great video on pikes. A solid bit of ash that's 6 foot long, give or take. Wow, it totally disappears in my hands. That's cool.
Yeah.
A solid bit of ash that's 6 foot long, you would never be able to bend in your life. You make it 20 foot long and it's flopping around like crazy. Yeah. Like, it's really interesting the way wood changes behaviors.
Yeah. And the question of leverage too, right? Like, it's not like, like you said, it's not like when you poke somebody with the spear, that's the leverage. That's not what leverage is, right? Like, that's just like putting your weight in the weapon.
Yeah.
Leverage.
My arm is, both of my arms are less likely to buckle when they hit something hard than one of my arms, because he mentions this very interesting caveat. If I hilt both of these, yes, but you're way more likely to hilt that spear than you are to hilt that dagger, especially if they're wearing, any armor or anything. Get into that.
Super chat. We're gonna address that right away. Thank you, Doc Flamingo, for the $5. Games like to shy away from reach, which is the real factor in why a spear is so much more dangerous than a dagger until you're too close to wield it. That's absolutely true, and I'm gonna touch on that for sure.
Yeah.
We're gonna touch on that for sure.
Yep.
But before that, I want to talk about like the leverage a bit more. Like, leverage is a real thing in the bind.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
If you binding against, like, binding is like when you have 2 weapon cross, right? Like, you don't do the Hollywood thing when you push, like, you have 2 weapon cross and you try to move the weapon of the other so you can get aligned to the target, right? And without being it yourself, which is probably more important than anything the other guy.
Probably. Yep.
Yeah. So if you have 2 end on the weapon, then the leverage is gonna be an advantage. If your weapon is longer, it's gonna be a disadvantage, right? Depending on when you hit on the when you bind, right? So this leverage is a thing.
Yep.
That sometimes gonna play with the longer weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That can play for or against you. two ends on the weapon is usually going to be like an advantage, especially
Mm-hmm.
if you can like spread your ends. Like, if you have like your end together, you're gonna have like and more inferior leverage than if you're be far apart.
Yeah.
So there's a
Which is
thing.
particularly why the blades on many longswords are not actually longer than lots of one-handed swords. It's just that you have a much longer handle. Is because that leverage is important, and you can strike with a spear because it's effectively just a staff. So when people say a spear is not really a slashing weapon, well, no, it's not. But you have to remember, you basically still got a staff in your hands, and you can absolutely kill or at the very least maim someone with a staff.
Thank you, Maya Trumpet, for the $2 for the super sticker of a cup of coffee saying tired. And also, like, Shad now is holding a spear that could slash to some extent. Like, it's a kind of a Ewing spear.
Yep.
So yeah, spear can slash, but like you said, also even just hitting somebody with a quarter staff, right? Just like you can bunk somebody pretty hard. But the leverage thing doesn't impact on damage per se, or does it? We'll come back to that later.
Yeah.
Let's play some more of the video.
Right.
But there's also the most important point of all of this. This is to stab someone there. The spear is to stab someone over there.
We're talking about the range.
Yes,
That's the whole point.
Thank you for bringing that, because my main suggestion in the video was that the thing that mainly differentiates these weapons are not their damage potential, it's how easy it is to land a hit on your opponent.
Yes.
And so that should be the main thing: likelihood to hit or attack rating, not necessarily damage rating.
It's one of those things where it doesn't really matter. Does that make sense? Because you only...
All right, Tyrant. This is the part that hit me, right? That I wanted, like, that make me decide I want to talk about this video, because say like, oh, the spear can impact how easy it is to hit somebody, not necessarily like you should have like a bonus to hit, not necessarily a bonus to damage. Because you have an advantage of reach or whatever. Right? And I think that's in a system like D&D, that's kind of misguided in my opinion.
I think it's a backwards way to go about it.
All right.
Yeah, because when you have that, now you're effectively saying the spear makes it easier to hit, just period. Well, now we can get into some weird incongruities, like somebody standing toe-to-toe with you with a dagger and toe-to-toe with you with a spear. That is the boxing term, toe-to-toe, by the way, for those unfamiliar, where your feet are touching. The guy with the spear has an easier time hitting here? Really?
Yeah.
Are we talking about that? No. And I mean, I'm going to, of course, play Start Your Drinking Games Now. 3.5 and earlier editions of D&D already fixed this because they just had reach in 5-foot increments. But it's just not perfect, but that problem was solved already.
But like, let's say you have like your two fighter engage at a normal fighting range for D&D, right? So there's like 5 feet between you.
Yeah, give or take.
One is a spear, one is a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
I think the guy with the spear will have a easier time to hit the guy with the dagger. If he's like reasonably competent, then the guy with the dagger will have will be able to strike the guy with the spear. Of course, like if you're in a small room and stuff like that, yes, the dagger is much more convenient. And there's a reason why people like carry dagger on their belt too, right? Not outside of the fact that they are easy to carry, but also like even if you have a longer weapon, you will want to have a dagger because sometimes that's the right weapon for the job you're trying to do. You're gonna drop your bigger one. But
thank you, Jewish Skeptic, for the $2. I can't drink either. I'm on painkillers.
Well, I can drink, but
I know
it's very mild drink. I'm just drinking some cider. But yeah, the problem I have with the argument that Shad is doing is that in a game like D&D, damage and HP are already an abstraction. it's not like, when you receive damage, technically doesn't necessarily mean that, the hit point abstraction is yeah, exactly. There you go. Now we're hitting it. When you receive damage, it doesn't necessarily mean that you get scratched and your body start bleeding and stuff like that, right? There's a part of it that is just like, no, you didn't actually got it, but like you lost stamina and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And fighting against somebody with a spear when you're with your dagger, that's gonna drain your hit point in that sense much more than the guy with the spear trying to keep you away from the dagger.
Spear, if you guys have never, spears are something that's relatively easy to spar with. Like, guys, if you're interested in doing this at home and you don't want to spend any money on gear, go to your local store. We're right in the season of it. Buy pool noodles, cut one of them down to about a foot, and then keep the other one at length, and see how hard it is for you with the 1 foot pool noodle to hit the other guy.
Yeah.
It's going to be exhausting. Like, for every time you double, that is both of you get hit at the same time, you will get hit 10 more times. Like, even if the other guy doesn't know anything about what he's doing, it's very exhausting to fight somebody with that big of a reach advantage.
Yeah. And especially like, I think if somebody with a spear and shield, it's even worse.
Because, yeah.
Because now hitting him is harder.
Yeah.
And he can also, if you get inside the spear, he can still fucking hit you with the shield. And if you've never been hit with a shield,
Yep.
Those things can hit.
No, it's not a non-lethal weapon. Yeah, it's Yep.
Yeah. So there's this thing, right? So if we consider the abstraction of like the hit point, I think it's totally justified that the spear would do more damage.
Yep.
Yes, you would need to, if you really want to distinguish the weapon, you would need to take into consideration the range much more, which I do in Bastard Sword, by the way. Although in Bastard Sword, the spear will do more damage than the dagger, but dagger can bypass armor, so oftentimes like dagger is going to do more damage. If you grab the opponent, then you can just like, anyway, something you can do.
This is a good point, and hopefully Shad will get into that.
Yes,
because I am I hope he says more than a one sentence of, "Oh, they're just as long."
Let's okay. Let's listen a bit more.
Only need to do enough damage to get through the thing that you're stabbing.
Yes, but I mean, when it comes to resistant material, it is kind of important, especially Gambison and stuff.
Gambison, you can blow through both of them with this.
That's the thing that people might not realize, and we're actually going to test it for real. We have a very resistive target in this tire, and we are going to try and stab into it with a spear and with our knives and a bit of a wild card short sword dagger that I have here, because I have an expectation, okay, in regards to the results. So I'm going to share it now, and I'll get to confirm if it's correct or not. If I'm wrong, I'm glad that I'll get to be more informed. And it's that the main thing that's actually going to affect how deep we can penetrate between these, weapons is actually going to be the profile of the blade that we're stabbing with, not the fact that, one, you have two hands and the dagger you only have one hand on.
Sure. Blade profile is really important. This spear here is a little bit of a thick boy.
But I love this spearhead, right? We have thrown this into steel breastplate quality. Need to get through chainmail made to.
What do you think about this new armor class unlock? Steel belted radial. Yeah, they have a video where they made like an armor made out of the tire, like in the. They mentioned it in this video, right? About like post-apocalyptic armor. Could you make an armor out of tire?
Be fucking heavy, but I imagine it'd work.
Yeah. What do you think when he said about the blade shape?
It does matter. And I'm glad he mentioned that, because that is something that is very often not thought about, which is that the blade geometry in daggers is very often made to go through stuff. It is made to, oh my god, now I'm just blocking out everything. It is made to penetrate. This is a triangular section. There's no edge on it at all. This is just made so that it can do the thing he mentioned earlier, which is penetrate all the way down to the hilt.
When they don't have any edge, are they still like? That doesn't sit right for me. Like they're no dagger anymore. They're just like pike, right? They're just like spikes.
Well, this was a trend for
Shiv.
hundreds of years.
Yeah, no, but
I
like
mean,
a dagger you should be able to cut with, in my mind, right?
That's what they said historically, though. It's they called it a dagger historically, and they called it they had a rondel dagger, the stiletto dagger, as this one is. Lots of times, even like Basilard and Dirk were not. They were like butter knife sharp, basically. That's
yeah, but you can still butter your bread with it.
Sure,
can you butter your bread with a stiletto?
It would be hard, but you could. Yeah. And then versus like what most people are thinking or imagining, this Bauernwehr has more of a Bowie knife style clip point tip.
But I wouldn't call it dagger either, because it's single edge.
There you go. Yeah. So that's. See, but like, when you're restricting
because that's the thing, right? If it's single edge, that's a knife. If it's double edge, that's a dagger.
Right.
If you have no edge,
there really aren't that many daggers out there. Then, if that's the definition, because for the heyday of the dagger, we're talking the rondel, which one rarely has much of an edge, and two usually doesn't have a false edge.
Wait, for the heyday of the dagger, like the Quillian dagger.
The Quillian dagger,
sure, said, like for like centuries unchanged, right? Which add like edge. Yeah.
Sure, but
the idea of the idea of the dagger is the Quillian dagger, like, and then we had the
if you're dagger, a filthy Englishman, but
I'm not.
Come on, I thought you were continental. Yeah, let's get.
Even on the continent, the Quillian dagger was a standard for forever, right? Also, don't forget that those filthy Englishmen, right? The Englishmen were peasant. Even like during the 100 years war, the noble were all French.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But they were using for a really long time Bollock daggers. But it really depends on what period you're talking about. I'm talking about like by the late medieval, most people were moving away from. When we're talking specifically about armor penetration, we're talking rondels, stilettos, basilards, dirks, even if you're in the Scottish Highlands, which is what the context that they're talking about is the point of a dagger or a spear being able to penetrate. Well, if we're talking blade geometry being important, this dagger is going to be way worse at going through armor because that's not what it's made for, and the stiletto is going to be way better at it because that's more what it's made for. So yeah, that's a good point.
Also, why what I was about to say? Oh yeah, if we're talking about like a blade geometry being such an important factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
For if you have a stiletto or a Quillian dagger against an unarmed target, an unarmored target. I mean, sorry. I would pick the Quillian dagger.
Maybe
because the advantage of the stiletto is not needed there. This or the rondel dagger, right? Like if the guy doesn't wear armor, does like having this super effective armor penetrating blade, right? Because you can puncture the guy, but if you have a blade with an edge, you're gonna puncture him, and then like on the drawing out, you're gonna cut some stuff inside, right? You're gonna jiggle the blade around, whatever you can do, like the damage you can do once inside. Like the point, the sharp point is gonna be easier to make it through armor, but the puncture wound is gonna be like not as bad than if you have like the bladed dagger.
True and false.
The Quillian dagger is gonna make it inside and a guy with just a shirt or like just as much.
Yeah, that's true. Humans have this really unfortunate thing called a sternum that protects the most important organs that are most likely to drop somebody in one stab. And a quillin A quillin
Okay.
can go through a sternum if you're really putting it in there.
Yeah, if
But
you really put it in
what
there.
what is most likely to drop somebody instantly, and I think
Yeah.
where the sort of critical widening, that it's easier to get crits with daggers is actually a pretty good mechanic, is that most of the time, at least with what the some of the historical masters like Sigmund and Ringek mentions, is that most of the time where you hit somebody and they drop instantly, instead of getting into a nasty knife fight that lasts, where you're both getting cut to pieces, is around here, because here you puncture heart, lungs, things that are going to drop the guy pretty much immediately.
Yours is gonna be on the side too, like, and you're gonna deal with the ribs more than the sternum. Like going to the sternum would be like not only like it's not efficient because the sternum is there and it's pretty hard, but also like even like to stab through the sternum, it's biomechanically hard because like it's much easier to come from the side.
Yeah,
Or
but we'll see the clavicle as well. Lots of this motion here where you can penetrate the clavicle a lot easier, and because of its thinness, it's a lot more likely to go between ribs rather than get slowed down or stopped on them. And depth of penetration, even in unarmored fights, is the thing that kills people most often. That's why most knife laws ban length of knife.
Is it more likely to go through ribs?
Specifically because it's more likely to go between them rather than get stuck on one thing. Whereas if you have a much wider blade, you're more likely to get, that far in, and then.
But the blade is also flat, right? So if you get on the right angle, and
that's
also
true, that's true. But your opponent's also moving a lot.
kind of cut a bit in the ribs as well to make your way through, right? Ribs,
true.
When they're not dry and dead, you can still kind of cut through them, right? If you
that's true to some extent, and I haven't stabbed anyone with a dagger, and stabbings with daggers are quite rare, so I'm just basing this off of what the historical masters say generally about things. But the other advantage here, yes, this is much smaller, but if we are in a prolonged engagement, the triangular point means that wound is going to bleed a lot more profusely. Slashing will cause a lot of bleeding, but it won't typically end the fight immediately with something with so little leverage, because this is partially why we see knife fights where the guy is just cut to absolute shreds and is still there. Knife fights in the modern day have like an 83% survival rate in at least the United States. And it's because people are really good at continuing the fight after they've been cut up. Whereas with a sword,
there's this thing that in a knife fight, like the winner, like the loser die on the street, the winner die at the hospital.
Yep.
But I'm not saying necessarily like slashing gun can also like sometimes like it can be like it give you like a little bit of an edge, like if you just like can do those like passing slash, right, just like to harass the guy a bit before getting a good stab in. But like I'm saying also when you get the stab in, it's on the way out that you way out by slashing.
I've heard
and then you rip it, like
I've heard that theory from like Kali and Eskrima guys. I have never seen it mentioned in any European fighting treatise, and I wonder.
That makes sense because like the Filipino they love their karambit, right? Where they
right.
It's made to stab.
Yes, stop flamingo. We don't have the data. Yeah, and with the karambit, that's totally that makes more sense to me, because I think that would do a really good job of tearing through. But with just a standard knife or a dagger, that would be something I would be curious about, how if the break point there isn't just overkill, right? If kind of like something we see in ballistics, for example, is that the difference between 9mm and 10mm is actually not that much on paper, because, well, it's a lot on paper. The ballistic energy is a ton, and the theory is great. And then in actual shootings with statistical significance, the difference between does one shot stop the guy is like a couple percent. It's like, and is that enough to model in a game?
No, I don't. In a game, no, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't like we now. I think we went way past the. But although we're gonna loop back to that in the term when we're gonna talk about abstraction and how much is
Right. Exactly. Right.
when do you go too much in the weed, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about a sax? I think a sax is some of the saxes are getting crazy long. They're getting to like short sword lengths.
Yeah.
But the general one, I mean, it's kind of a chopper that's decent at stabbing. I would put it in like similar to the
And it's
Bound
also
Bear.
like a general purpose knife.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
pretty similar to the Bound Bear. Like it can thrust. It's not what it's specialized to do, but yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes that's my daily carry knife is something very small, right? Just like that's but that's the compromise you make. Is it like it's a shit? It's not a fighting knife, right?
Yeah.
Government, don't come at me because like there's no end on stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the compromise I'm making here is like
Right.
it's
practical.
very easy to carry.
Mhm.
It's so it lay very flat. I can carry it in my waistband, appendix carry.
I wonder if a lot of games aren't mistaking knives for daggers too. I wonder if we're getting a little lost at because that is a layman misunderstanding as well. Is misunderstanding this a medieval carry knife versus this a medieval a dagger, a fighting knife. There's quite a bit of a difference there.
Well, it's not only game that the government misunderstood as well.
Well, I mean, your government has banned, throwing stars and nunchucks and whatnot, right? So
yeah, nunchuck, yeah,
sword canes,
yeah, push dagger,
the most deadly of all weapons, the fedora wielders.
Yeah. But so blade geometry. That's where we went all on this tangent here.
Yes,
blade geometry does matter.
Hey, Crispy. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
That could be taken into I guess if you really want to have a game that would be like take that into the weed, right? First, you shouldn't have like, oh, dagger does that much damage. Be like, oh, this dagger does that much, and this dagger and this knife does that much, and this dagger does that much, and ignore half the armor, right? Although again in D&D, armor is not damage reduction.
It's an abstraction. Yep.
So again, on those that's the thing with D&D. D&D got this like double abstraction of AC not being purely armor. It's also like how you dodge, good that you are fighting, and hit point, which is not only your flesh point, but also how good you are at fighting and dodging and stuff like that, right? So like there's this double abstraction that conflict and step on each other, right? It's like, which is it's such a messy system. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, a lot of it is the revolving door of designers redesigning older systems and taking out crunch that seems to be unnecessary on the surface of it. And then you lead to these weird incongruities later on because it turns out, oh, actually reach was a pretty good idea. Oh, actually, well, different layers of reach. They just have the one fixed reach in 5e. But oh, actually,
and at some point you had weapon speed.
Right. Yeah, as Yekret mentioned earlier. Yep.
Which was also like kind of like oftentimes handled backward, right? At some point, like every weapon would do the same damage.
Yep.
And there was no reach, and you had weapon speed. So it's say like, well, then I'm always gonna fucking fight with dagger because you got the highest speed. I'm gonna do a d6 anyway, and there's no reach, right? Just like,
and there's no reach, so why not? And there's this Victorian misunderstanding that big weapons are big weapons are slow, and it's like no, a longsword is one of the fastest weapons you could attack. Like I think the speed that you can generate with a longsword because you have the leverage on it and it's not very heavy is insane. Like
and when you have a spear, right? You have good leverage. It's not a heavy weapon.
No, you can
So
dart
you
that
can you,
point
you,
around
you can move
free.
it fast. You can
Yeah.
move that point very fast, and also
Yep.
because it's so long, you can do one step less and
Yep.
reach your target, right?
Yep. Yep.
And your feet are slower than your arm, right? And then your feet move
Yeah.
slower than your arm.
Yeah,
So,
whereas
its feet are very fast.
Yeah. This is really light, yeah, which might lead you to thinking it's fast, but it can only move as fast as my one hand can.
Yes.
Whereas I have a force multiplier. Once I have two hands on that, this
Yeah.
little movement back here becomes a really
Oh,
big
yeah.
movement at the tip.
Yes, that's a good point as well. Even if we go outside of stabbing, right? And when you
Yeah.
started the slashing, yes, you can
Yeah.
accelerate like a long point much faster.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
that's
there's
the
a tipping point at some like like I think a long sword is probably faster than a great sword.
yeah, probably you probably eventually get like diminishing
Yeah.
returns. Yeah. It's really hard to stop a montante or a spadone.
Although that'd be interesting to put like a speedometer or whatever, like accelerometer on the
Yeah,
tip
to
of a
see how
montante
fast
and
the
have it
tip
with a
is
sword.
moving.
Yeah, see
Yeah.
which one can you move the tip faster because
Be-
and also like the montante are quite heavier.
Yeah, they're
So it does
2 to
require a
3
bit
times
more.
as heavy as a longsword.
Yeah.
You can get them going pretty quick. It's a matter of stopping them.
the
That's the
momentum,
hard part. Changing
Yeah.
direction is very slow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
and they're a bit cumbersome. So the way you move them, like you have to move more of your arm. Like you can
keep them
it's less-
moving. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting point because the game I'm working on is not super focused on weapons. So, but the system I have for it so far is that they're sort of modular because it's got a big focus on like improvised weapons. So yeah, thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
You basically got what is it? The blade itself, or whatever the bit that hurts the person is. So the offensive part of the weapon, what you hold on to. So that is it hafted? Is it two-handed? Is it one-handed? Or other? And then what kind of damage does it do? Which would be sort of in the edge geometry play of things. Is it primarily for stabbing, slashing, or is it a blunt instrument? And between those three things, you sort of get them all, right? Or it does, how much reach does it have? That's
what do I have? Like in Bastard Sword, I have like for melee weapon, right? I have like three reach, so close, medium, and long.
Yep, same. I thought that was something that before, even before Max and I started talking, that was something that we had both come up with totally independently, which I was like, that must be a good idea.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it just makes sense, right? And it's basically like if you're toe to toe, one step away, two step away, right?
Yep.
That's it. The damage I divide in 3 types, so piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning. A weapon can do more than one type. And some weapon can have like a bonus on one type and a malus on the other type, like like so if you want to distinguish them a bit. And the damage also based on your strength, right? But oftentimes with the melee, with all melee weapon, I guess they're based on strength.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be your strength plus a number that come from the weapon.
Yeah. Don't let bad actors in a certain sport tell you that strength doesn't matter. It super does.
Yeah, super does.
That recently at I can't remember the name of the event, but at a tournament in Poland, a guy managed to stab a blunt rapier. Not the most blunt, but that's part of the problem. But a blunt rapier through a 300 Newton jacket. It went straight through, and that was a repeatable test with strong individuals. So yeah, that's definitely.
But it's also like one thing that people like.
Good point.
Speed is a function of strength.
Bill,
that's also something that.
Yeah, I'm gonna star your comment here, and I think we should bring it up later because that's a really good point.
Yeah, but yeah, like speed is a function of strength. In RPG, oftentimes they put speed like based on agility. Like no, it's like speed is a strength thing,
and that's why weak people are typically the most dangerous ones in sparring. If you're a weak big guy, you can't slow yourself down. You can't pull your punches. You can't pull your sword hits as well. And so to win, you have to go faster. Right. So yeah, that's something that's really misunderstood is the anytime you're changing a direction, your muscles are having to contract to bring it
And
the other
also-
direction. Yeah.
And also, like oftentimes, right, with strength is gonna come mass,
Right.
and
Right.
mass
Yep.
is you want to put your mass in the weapon, right, as much as you
Yeah.
can.
It's this old Jack Dempsey, you know, legendary boxer, is super great stuff. Like 99% of his stuff is great, but he does have this old, you know, idea that it's like you don't want to be a big bulky bodybuilder and be super muscular and he was
Well, that's true.
he was a small
That's
heavyweight
true
guy.
also, because like the
Yeah.
body, like, you know,
Yep.
muscle, like you know, you have like different type of fiber. You have like the fast twitch fiber and the slow switch
Yep.
fiber, right?
Yep.
And this whole thing, right? You can like
Yep.
generate like dynamic strength or generate
Mhm.
like, I forgot the other name for the the other type.
Isometric.
Is it isometric? I forgot. Like, but do you want to be like a dynamite, or do you want to be like a piston,
Sort of
right?
slow burn.
you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And ideally, you can develop both, but like you're always going to be better at one or the other. And there's also like there's racial difference in that too. If you wanna
Yes.
go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Some
Yep.
some races are better at a long
Oh,
distance
isometric. There you go.
walking. Yeah.
So it's confirmed.
Yep.
Isometric and dynamic tension. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, absolutely, bows and daggers should both work on strength modifiers. If
Oh yeah.
I actually kind of like the way that here's your second shot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The way that Pathfinder does composite bows, where you simply can't use them if you're not strong enough.
Mhm.
They're just because I mean, if you got a 160-pound war bow, I'm not pulling that back anytime soon. I weigh 160 pounds. So yeah, that would and daggers, especially when you're doing dagger fighting, you're wrestling a lot.
Yes.
This is something that frustrates me to no end. Is if you're dagger fighting, you're wrestling. That's it. That's the end of it. Unless you get a lucky one stab and you're done. You are at least laying hands on the other person.
Especially if you're fighting dagger versus dagger.
Yes.
But if you're like in RPGs, that's often not the case. Oftentimes you're gonna be like fighting. Yo, you want to be the guy with the dagger? Or you're gonna fight stuff that don't have daggers.
Yeah. But ideally, you're role playing, and the guy's gonna drop his spear and try to put his hands out to stop the guy's knife, and isn't just going to be, oh no, I've been stabbed, but I think I can just walk backwards indefinitely, and because too often that's how it plays out.
To be fair, also even with a spear, which like we said also work as a staff, when the guy closes in, that becomes your lever, right? To try to use the app. When you read those manual with the quarterstaff fighting, a lot of it is wrestling as well.
Yes, that's an excellent point, because as soon as you get to the distance that you are now, which is to say from here to my camera, and my point is way off the line, this other end comes up, and I can basically use this as I would use my arm to hip toss here.
Yes, but to hip, or you're gonna use it, like you're gonna put it in my legs, you're gonna try to pull me off balance and shit like that, right? There's a lot of things you can do, right? If you're competent with your weapon.
Yep.
The weapon of the spear, right, is the whole fucking, like, it's from tip to butt.
I can use this whole thing.
It's not just the tip.
And super often I'd have I'd have a butt spike on the other end. So the moment somebody gets close, I just bring the short end in and jam that in your face.
But even if it's just like the butt like that, you get fucking hit with that in the face.
Oh yeah, it's solid ash. I mean, people think, oh, it's wood, but if you have like hardened ash, that I've split concrete blocks with that staff before, and there's like a tiny little dent in places on it like that.
Not just a tip, the whole shaft counts.
Yeah. Well, and what always opens people's eyes to that is I was like, okay, if you wouldn't like me punching you clean in the face, you acknowledge that could knock you out. What if my fist was made out of wood and had a smaller surface area?
Yeah.
I could definitely knock you out.
And also we can go back also, like, transferring your weight into it. You can do it pretty efficiently with that as well, right? Just like,
Yeah, right.
It's probably easier to put more of your weight in the butt of a spear when you hit with it than with just a fist. There's quite a lot of technique involved to get your mass, as much as your mass as you can in the fist.
Yeah,
it's quite
This is one of the first times I would super disagree with you here, Dice Tales. Not on them being used most effective on mass, because yes, I agree with that. Not so great in one-on-one. No, what spears are insanely good, and even on one-on-one combat, particularly because of the reach advantage, but also because the tip just moves so quickly, and because you have that leverage, you can think, oh, I can just bind with them and get them offline. They're so strong in the bind that trying to push them off of the center line and actually get control of it, that's theoretical. Like, that's a great idea, but
there's plenty of video of people, of EMA people, right? Doing like, oh, spear versus longsword, and then like the people with longsword, they struggle. Like the spear is
Sure. That if we're, but it's still like, it's still up there. It's still up there. You can look at
even then, would you pick like I'm a big fan of the Lucerne hammer, right? That's in my top weapon. I fucking love the Lucerne hammer.
Yeah.
But between that and a spear and shield, oh wait, now that's if I can have a shield with it, right? Just like.
But now we're getting into the if I can have a shield, then with the pole arm, can I have plate?
That's fair.
Right.
That's
right.
Fair.
So
Lucerne
when
armor with full
when we're
plate.
adding our defensive implements, then it becomes
Yeah, I guess if I had full plate armor of good quality, maybe I would just the shield and take the Lucerne armor, especially if the other guy also have full plate armor.
A Lucerne hammer they found most of them in Lucerne, Switzerland. Zonlar can tell me if I'm pronouncing that right. It's basically your standard horseman's warhammer with the spike on the back, but it's on a big pole instead of just being one-handed.
It's like a poleaxe, a long poleaxe.
Crispy, people seem to have this idea that blunt implements are somehow not deadly. It's a really, especially if they're made of wood, it's a really weird concept. Yeah, can I have a handgun? Reminds me, there's a dueling folio of some guys in full plate dueling with wheel lock pistols and both missing and switching them around and then just clubbing each other in armor. It's just really comical.
To be fair, also like people rail against like guns and in medieval fantasy, but guns have been on battlefield since like the 13th century, right? Since like I know that the French used them during the reign of Philip IV.
Yep.
Or Charles Valois, which was a few years later, maybe. So I guess that's 14th century, 13. When like right after they burned the Templar, guns appeared on the battlefield.
Yeah, guns are
Is that a coincidence?
Yeah.
Maybe, but anyway.
There you go.
Drew Skeptic's funny strength is usually shit versus dex. Like yes, they always make dex like the
god stat.
The god stat.
It's a real problem in 5e where it's like, well, you can do damage with it, and you can do range damage with it, and it's how good you are at dodging, and it's your reflex save, and it
It'll be fun stories. He's channeling his inner like Roger
Rodney
Dangerfield.
Yeah.
My wife is a blunt wooden weapon.
Yep.
I want to play some more of the video because I want to go to the I want to watch some of the
great comments. By the way, guys, that was a really good conversation there. We could stop there. We don't even need the rest of the video. But yeah, let's entertain it.
I just want to go a little further.
Right.
I want to discuss how they stab this tire. I want to judge them on the stabbing. Let's see if they're good stabber. Not that I have a lot of experience in that myself. Government, don't come on my back.
To get through the gaps of plate mail because it'll leverage it apart and push it in, and to get through Gambison and everything. This is like, you could not ask for a better example of a combat grade spear, right?
I think a spear like that could go through plate to go chainmail. Without too much problem. Like even if it's like riveted chainmail, it would bust those rivet. Obviously, wouldn't go as deep as if you were unarmored or just in Gambison. Against plate, no.
No. No.
Comparison because that is more of a
through plate.
Well, the Lucerne hammer does.
Well, yeah, sure, but yeah. I mean, as far as bladed weapon, no bladed weapon is going through plate. That is, it works for a
Blade.
reason.
Like shape. So there's a very good
comparison.
one-to-one comparison.
And people in the comments of the short were expecting, and not all of them, but were pretty adamant that a spear definitely is going to do more damage.
Also, there's one thing also, like, I don't think we're gonna make it that far in the video, but they mentioned at some point, like, oh, we also have like other spirit and stuff like that are not mounted, we have tested. But you know, that would be the good test, right? If they want to just compare, like, oh, does it having one end or two end make a difference?
Yeah.
Well, you know, you can use a spirit as if it was a dagger, right? Just like, you know, just mount it on a little piece of wood so the socket is not empty, and then just like stab with that, and then you can they could compare like really one-to-one. And to be fair, if you're good at transferring your body weight and your strike, at that point I don't think it would make a difference. I think with one arm or two arm, if you know what you're doing, you can transfer pretty much as your mass into the target. You agree with that?
I think it depends on the angle. I think I agree with overhanded. I think with a spear is just I think
that's exactly what, okay. Sorry, that's exactly what I wanted to watch them stab the tire.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's look at that.
Because you just got more leverage behind it, and that could be correct. We're going to test to find out.
Next point that I wanted to bring up, which is a bit of a caveat, is the type of dagger.
Yes.
This is the perfect dagger. I mean, like a rondel dagger would be better than this.
Rondel dagger would be better.
But this is like the next step. Something with a robust guard like this that you can just
really throw your hand behind.
Now, if this didn't have a guard or it had just like a choil or a little bit of contouring, I think that damage versus a spear would be nowhere near as
well. This is why I mentioned a certain wild card that I'm wearing right here.
Well, but this one still has the contouring.
Yes, but the thing is, though, this, oh boy, is this a stabby boy.
It is, but
look at this tip.
The point that I'm bringing up is leverage, where you're able to actually generate that leverage.
That's almost close to a gladius, right? Like, or
that would be like
a little more, or like what the Greek had, right?
Yeah,
the Xephos. Xephos maybe because with the leaf blade, and Xephos didn't have much guard. But they had enough so your end wouldn't slip and you can transfer your weight into it.
Get enough grip on it, because that shape that it has on the end. This is odd already.
What's odd?
That we're comparing a leaf-shaped blade design from the early BCs, but. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting because so like it's true. The leaf shaped blade, well, it kind of went out of favor at some point, came back at some point, but then went out again. That was oftentimes like a Bronze Age thing.
It's but once you have steel, that shape starts to make less and less sense. Because by when we're talking specifically in the context of getting through armor, most of what we see are like the Type 18s and Type 15 longswords of the 14 and 1500s, where the tip comes down to like a needle fine point almost, that is usually hammered out. And on some of them, you can even see if you zoom in, the blade almost comes to sort of an arrow tip like this. So as you have the distal taper, it goes down and down. And then at the very end, the tip flares out like that. So that as you're
and also, you also had those reinforced tip at some point where like it would go like very sharp, but also a little bit thicker.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. So
interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know that that's the. Yes, exactly. It gives you some more body on the weapon, just as you would have the instead of pullers, you would have ridges. So
and it's also like for the manufacturing process and giving because you gave edge on Bronze Age weapon by like work hardening.
Yes.
You don't temper them, so you have like to hammer them, stuff like that. So there's this thing as well. The blunt weapon for cleric. I think like in the Song Run, but also like in the biotapestry, you have the bishop on the battlefield with a mace. But it's not said there that it's more Christian, right? So it's just like that. There's debate on that. But it was funny the bishop was on the battlefield killing people. Yeah. I'll play I'll play some more of the video. We're gonna get to the stabbing real soon.
Yes.
I'm gonna step away for a second because
Oh,
I
no
just
problem.
finished like my bowl of cider. I need to go grab another one upstairs. It is what it is. I'll be
And
right back.
a dagger without a guard, I would be much less
Yeah, I agree.
willing to actually try and thrust properly.
This has enough
Yeah, I
of
also
you know
agree.
That
a
one's
stopper,
fine.
and so that's what I meant when I was saying I actually think profile of blade might give us vastly more significant results than just two-handed. And this applies to the spear. If we had a spear that maybe had a really acute point, it could probably outperform that. It still might. We'll find out in testing.
Lots of spears also had similar spike section points. Things like the golden dog and all pike, which of course is more pike than spear, but
on your own time.
by the time of armor, they're designed for this. I have issues with the idea that we're going to test armor with the tire. That confuses me.
Sorry, we gotta add just so I was away.
Yeah.
YouTube knows what I
No
was
worries.
about.
I tried to talk over it.
Yeah, sorry for that, guys. Yeah, you think the tire is not a good medium?
I not specifically when we're okay. So there's a few issues here, which is that vulcanized rubber is going to grip on and slow that weapon down as it's going through, much more than either flesh or steel would. It's not going to have as much resistance as steel rings are, because steel rings are mail is much more flexible than a tire, especially like that is. Rubber, vulcanized rubber is incredibly durable. It's just weird that
Not enough
that
taste.
Yeah.
You get a flat tire, you say like, oh man, why didn't I make it harder?
Oh man, yeah, but that usually when you do these tests on tires, I've noticed that you can it's really hard to get very far into it. Whereas if you do a test on even something silly like gambeson on a pumpkin, where a pumpkin does not have nearly as much resistance as a body does, and you're moving that, you can go it's much easier to go through gambeson on that medium.
But to tell you the truth, I don't have a problem with the test on tire because it's rough, right? And since they're both weapons are going to be tested on the same tire, right? Just like you compare like to like, and if you get something like that is like, a gambeson on a pumpkin, like you said, they all gonna fucking go through it to the hilt.
Right. That's
so you're not gonna get any information. Like the only information you're gonna get is like, they're both fit for purpose.
Yeah,
are.
That's
And
kind of the
if we're talking about like RPG kind of setting, what if you're trying to stab a dragon? Could a dragon hide be as tough as a tire?
Maybe there you go. That would be that would be a point I would like that they made, instead of making comparisons to mail and gambeson and this and that, because they're not really making.
We're gonna make a wagon wheel out of dragon hide. Fill them with air.
The military-industrial complex hunting down all the dragons to extinction to power their alchemical cars.
Or tank track, just chainmail tire. They're more like plate.
They're more like plate tires. Unless they're American tanks, in which case they're just tires. They're rubber coated over here.
Yeah.
We don't like tearing up the road.
But what don't you change depending on the deployment?
You can fit them with grousers if you have if you're on sand or snow. Yeah.
If they're so durable, they should drive truck on them.
But my main issue is this is a test of how good these are at penetrating vulcanized rubber, not necessarily a test of how good they are at exactly their purpose, at what they were designed to go through.
Yes, but if you just want to test like the damage compare them, you need to find a medium that
right
that is gonna be tougher than what the weapon can do, right?
Yep.
So you can find the limit.
Yep. I think
So-
we could have gone with ballistics gel here. Would have been good. If you I like York's probs
Yeah.
tests with ballistic gel with the.
It's expensive, and also it
Sure,
also
but
got its limit.
Dad's got 1.6 million subscribers. I'm sure he can afford a couple.
Well, I keep complaining about fucking money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, let's. I want to get to the. I thought it would get to the stabbing by the time I was there. I think I need to skip ahead. I'm gonna skip ahead. Okay,
They're
there you
almost
go.
as verbose as we are.
Well, they do their video as if they were live stream, right? We live stream, we interact with the chat, and we go on tangent.
Mhm.
But they do that in the live stream. Oh, we are an hour yet, and we haven't seen any stabbing. Anything get stabbed? I want to see something get stabbed. When it's just dire.
I mean, it's a lot. He's more aggressive with these type of
I'll
things.
just stab it.
You know, and he
Just
likes
stab it.
to like pretend the target is me. He
He's just
pictures
hedging
it.
his bets in case he does bad.
And if I beat him, it's even more tasty. All right, ready?
All right. Sorry, I'm not gonna.
Tires are tough, dude. So 3 centimeters, 2.5.
Like 2, yeah.
About 2 centimeters. Oh, that was worse than me.
I got.
All right. When I see that, to be honest, that kind of bothered me a bit.
Yeah, they're doing this weird thing where they're leaning forward instead of driving with their legs. They're
throwing the upper body instead of throwing the hips, right, in the center of mass.
Because with a thrust,
you
want the
Australian,
yes.
symmetric country.
You want that lunge and that hip drive. And two, when you see on the slow-mo, I see what I would expect to see with the dagger, which is as you meet resistance. Sorry, I'm trying to get my arm here. As you meet resistance, where you're here, boom, this is the weak point because you're fighting against muscle, and that's going to collapse there.
But also, like, they're not at a proper range also where
that happens when he does it with spear. Whereas something that's nice about spear is you can keep moving it, you can keep driving it with this rear hand while having your front hand. You can see my nice muscle striation here, totally locked out.
Combat of muscle striation.
Yeah, there we go.
You're skinnier than me, so it shows more.
Yeah.
Fucking skinny fuck. Cheating.
There you go on the different. Let's. How long until we start talking about phrenology? Yeah, this is true too. This is another problem I have with the tire test is that it's But to be fair, also when you stab somebody, they're probably going to be moving back a bit. So,
but if we're just trying to test the weapon and see how far it can penetrate, then you would want to take out this. You want to take out this factor.
Yep.
But like, when I saw that, I said like, well, those guys, no offense, they're not the most athletic guy.
Yeah. This is
and
this is a disease in HEMA, especially. Yeah.
And you know, I've been a lifting coach for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what we do in powerlifting is like we try to, recruit as much muscle group as you can to put the strength in the motion, stuff like that, right? And I'm an animator too, so I'm used to look at movement and the cortex and say, oh, this is the biomechanic and stuff like that, right? This is like I have an eye for that. So when I see those guys, I say, oh man, you're not transferring nearly as much as your mass into that as you should.
I'm trying to find Meyer to quote here, so we have some historical context here.
Darius, don't understand why muscle, big boy. Oh, I know. I fucking seen that, man. I've seen like in a lifting competition, a Filipino boy. I think he was in the I think he weighed like 130 pounds, right? Tiny fucking Filipino boy. He deadlifted something like 550 pounds.
That's impressive.
That was like, yes, I've seen many deadlift more than 550 pounds, but not by a guy so small.
Yeah,
the guy was like tight, very technically good as well. Yeah, I've seen like those. Sometimes you see those guys and say like, "Man, that's shockingly good."
Yeah. See, the problem, Zonalar, is that historically there would not have been a distinction.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much something fell out along the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I can't.
I wish I could
find it
train
here.
more with sword. I just don't have
That's-
anybody around here, right? Just like
Same right now. It's so frustrating. Hated injuries.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't find it right now, so let's continue.
All right.
Steel ring. Like that is like
That's another issue. Is the
perfectly
variance
on
in the
steel
target.
ring.
Sorry.
That's another issue. Is the variance in the target. He hit that steel belt.
Yeah. It's true, which you don't have with ballistic gel. It's
Right, no.
more like uniform medium. I would
Yep.
give you that.
Yep.
Honest job, Bubble.
Let's do that again.
Much better stab.
There we go.
You were saying, Shad,
All right, a bit better.
what's my penetration?
Look, I think that's because you hit it in a weak spot.
All of it. That's my penetration.
You hit it in a weak spot, man. Now I'm gonna have to step it up. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I want to see some dagger penetration
Yeah.
now.
Not bad.
All right.
Oh, like the worst possible
Because-
dagger strike.
Interesting you say that.
It should be fine. I mean, it's a spear. No matter what we put it up against, it's probably
Well-
going to get.
So if you want to get good penetration with the spear, one-ended, right? You kind of have like to,
Couch it.
well, not couch it necessarily, but when you hold your spear, right? You want to hold it like kind of with a twist in your hand like that.
Yeah.
Kind of couch it because one, it's less tiring because the weight rests against your upperward arm instead of like having your arm like that. That's going to be very tiring in the shoulder.
Mhm.
If you do like that, your shoulder is neutral. This is not too hard. You can fight like that, and then when you strike, you can unfold your arm and rotate it.
Yeah.
And that allows you to recruit more muscle group. You get what I mean?
Or
If you do that, like I said, like I would see like people like testing like the one arm strike with the spear and then just go like that, right? Like, you know, they have like
right.
it's hard to tell, like on the they have like,
Or
the
if
arm,
we-
like holding the spear and
Yep.
they go like this.
Yep.
Well, you're recruiting almost no muscle. If you go like this and then you unfold, then you can recruit so much more muscle. And that's what you want to do. If you want to generate strength, you use as much muscle group as you can.
we'd also bolster it a lot more and prevent it from slipping if we palm the end of it. And that will really help our structure.
If you do two end, I'm talking about one end here.
Right, but they are doing it too. I'm just saying on their example,
they're
a way
doing
that
two
they
end,
could, a way that they could generate more power. And that I'd be interested in seeing on that steel belt how far they could get through if they did proper hip drive and
So there's also this thing about like technique, right? But I want to come back to that later because like that's gonna be a big point of like when I want to talk about.
Right.
I want to see some dagger first.
Now, well, I guess the point to find
Because
out now, can we do
You touch on it when it said like, oh, about the worst dagger strike you can say. Well, we're gonna talk about that.
I'm sure.
that with a dagger?
Yes. One dagger.
Let's find out.
Too much music. All right. Should I break that down, or is that too nerdy?
I'll break it down very simply.
That's not what I want to do.
This here,
do that.
I have no weight behind my hand, so my structure is pretty bad here. Here, in line with my body, everything's tight and straight, and I have a lot of structure because now my bone is in a straight line behind this.
But it's also like if you look at the timing of how thing works, how thing move, right?
Yep.
Is basically is hips or done moving before his arm goes forward, right?
We're also not comparing like with like, which I don't understand. We can do this motion with a spear.
Yes.
This motion with a spear, and we can do this motion with a dagger. So why are we doing this with a spear and this with a dagger? There's two totally different biomechanical.
Find out.
This is.
Right.
We have an issue of test medium. We have an issue of edge geometry, as they mentioned, and we have an issue of the techniques being used.
Yeah. See now, okay. What is it doing now? He's not pulling with his front leg enough. I don't think so.
So he's got the knee drop. That's good.
Yeah, but I think he's not pulling like he's pushing with the back leg. He's not pulling with the front one.
Yeah,
Like,
I want to see
his,
some
his,
external
his hip is
rotation
moving
here.
like kind of like that instead of like his hip is not rotating enough.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's not like, and
yeah, he doesn't make a pivot step here. You're right. Yeah,
yeah, and
yeah.
you see like now his
Because
hip are kind of done moving,
yeah,
and now there's some collapse.
because when you're throwing this kind of ridge hand, you want to
Yeah.
take a step as you're throwing it, so that you see when my ridge hand ends here, it's
It's
in
also
line
like
with my
very
body. My
very
body's following
open,
it.
right? When
Yeah.
he hit, is very open. So
Yeah. This isn't even to say that this
So-
is not. This is a thing where anyone who's capable of fighting back against this would just immediately throw their hands up against
it's
that.
also like the weight that you're pushing forward is not behind the weapon. It's
Yeah.
like your weight is like in your center of mass,
Yeah.
and the weapon is all the way over there, right? So
Yeah,
there's some
yeah.
transferring to your arm, but
Yeah.
there's all this moving part here, right? Like you
This
would want
is,
your
yeah.
your arm much more in front of you, so your weight would be behind the weapon when you hit.
This is like what Jack Dempsey would call an impure punch, where it's a natural way to try and generate power because your body wants to recruit the shoulder and flare the elbow up to sort of whip it out there, boom, and generate power. But it generates a sort of bad, lazy power and bad structure, especially.
That's something we often say when you throw a jab, right?
Yeah.
Like you want, like if you have to draw like an arc where your
Yeah.
fist travel, you want your forearm to follow that arc, right? You don't want to kind of like travel parallel to the fist.
You want
the elbow to follow the fist, not travel sideways to the fist, right?
And when
And
you're
same thing
throwing,
with the shoulder.
yeah. Likewise, when you're throwing a hook, you see lots of guys throw these
Yeah.
they think they're throwing hooks when they're doing this, when a proper hook is hook shaped, 90-degree angle.
It's the same thing. Like the elbow is following the fist. It's not traveling
Likewise, when
parallel.
your uppercut,
Yeah. Punch with your legs. That's very true.
elbows.
Max Arm brings up a good point. Tyler, do you have a Charlie Brown tattoo?
I don't have any tattoos, no.
But yeah, so this dagger hit, I don't know. Just like punch with your legs, hips.
Yep.
Like you want to transfer the your weight into the, like, it all goes from the leg. You want to transfer your weight from your mass, your body, and this mass is resting on your feet. So you have to push it with your feet, and you need to include the hips and that, of course. Yeah. So we can talk a bit over it.
Question: can you do that with the dagger?
Yes.
I think that answers yes, you can. That is as easily as much penetration as we got on the spear.
Yeah.
Put some effort into it. Okay. Yeah. Pretty darn similar results.
Yes.
I think I'm done with that video, to be honest. I think I saw what I want. Unless you want to keep, like, I'm gonna keep it in the background.
Yeah.
But I think I wanted to. I saw what I wanted to see. Right. Can the dagger does as much damage as the spears? I think yes. If you're talking about penetration of a hard target and stuff like that, yes, the dagger is like in perfect circumstance. Like in real life, in what?
I was about to say a fight is rarely a perfect circumstance.
Exactly. When you're trying to strike a static target, right?
Right.
When you're in a fight, right? Like you're rarely, if ever, gonna give a strike that is 100% of your power. I've been in a few fights in my life.
Yep.
You almost never fucking strike for like 100% of your power, because you need to strike when you can, and the opportunity is oftentimes like not perfect, right? So you also have to balance with defense and stuff like that. If you can give a strike that is 85% of your power, that's a pretty good strike.
You know what the nice thing about weapons is? They're force multipliers.
Yes.
You don't need it.
Yes.
If you're delivering this crazy, full torque, hips in, boom, ridge hand style strike in the middle of a fight, and the other guy doesn't stop it, that means you probably could have done anything to him. Like, it probably didn't matter what weapon you had. You probably could have picked up a rock and dropped it on his head. Like, so
and
way,
you know,
yeah,
a rock on the head, it's a very effective weapon. If the guy
very
is just
historical weapon
standing
too.
there,
Yeah,
if the guy is just standing there and doing nothing, right? And I've been like in a lot of street fight, a lot of bar fight, when like everything becomes a weapon, right? The wall becomes a weapon, the floor becomes a weapon, the chair becomes a weapon, right?
Mhm.
Bottles, right? Every fucking kind of thing. And yeah, like, and that's the point I wanted to make. The main point I wanted to make in that whole video, the whole thing, I drag you out for an hour 15 nowadays, is to make that point. I think with like, if we say that a strike that you can put like 85% of your power behind is a good strike, I think you're gonna have more of those strike, more opportunity to do those kind of strike with a spear than with a dagger.
Yeah, because it's just the structure is better. There's so much mechanical advantage to having two hands on a weapon,
And the
to having a
reach.
longer weapon, that you don't have to sweat as much to, refer to what I said at the beginning of the stream, where yeah, if you get in, but getting in is a lot easier said than done. And you will be sweating your ass off to get that one strike in. And when you get in, it's probably not going to be that perfect, because you're not just, I'm in his range. You're going to be worrying about his drawing his backup weapon.
The camera can pick it up, right? Just if I can turn my fucking arm down, I guess I can. I'm not flexible enough. Well, just under my coyote tattoo here, I got a like, I cannot fucking show it. I got a scar of somebody trying to stab me.
Oh, yep, I've got one on the inside of my knee.
Yeah, and I had one in the tattoo there as well, but like you can barely see it anymore. So yeah, I know it is. People try to stab you.
Yep, both
it's
of
not
us
an easy
actually.
thing to do. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Feather.
Yep.
If you were to hit somebody with that, could do some damage too.
These spatulated tips were not only meant to prevent them from penetrating, but also meant to bust stuff open. We have a lot of stuff of guys returning from the Fexschule with broken noses, but something like that will really open up cuts all over the place, just like the hook on your elbow will.
Yeah. Yes. That's a Sordier feather, right?
Yep, it sure is. Other than the flex, I like it quite a bit. It's very stiff.
Too stiff, you think?
For light sparring, you can do it if you're very controlled. If you're in a tournament, especially given what we've been seeing with the, I would be very hesitant, given that there's a lot of question as to how accurate the Newton rating on jackets is right now. If you're buying a 900,
you think there's a problem with the Newton rating on jacket?
That is some of what's being speculated. Because
that's gonna be very like inside baseball, EMA baseball.
Right, yeah.
But we also like a kind of a scandal about like a sword type in sword, right? Like a steel type in sword.
Yeah, that as well.
This whole thing, like I'm not an EMA guy because I don't have a club around or anything, but I'm a sword collector. So this I'm kind of like adjacent to that. Yeah. When we all move to Oklahoma, tenting sometime, right?
There you go. It's a pretty cool place, guys. And I don't tell that to just everyone. I make sure the rabble keeps out. No, we're all fucking hicks out here. There's nothing out here, but but no, it's so edge geometry matters a lot, and what I wanted to bring that up to go back to Bill's comment over here. Why differentiate between blunt piercing and slashing? Why are we doing that?
Oh, why? Yeah.
They touch on in this video. I think the easiest way to answer this question is, well, why did they do it historically? There was this myth, still somewhat doesn't go away, which is that medieval swords were blunt. They were, and it's like, okay, well, if that were
Oh,
true, why would they exist? Why? Right? What would be the purpose? Why did during this exact same period we have a bunch of different handheld melee weapons? Okay, well, one of them is to get through armor, which they touch on but don't really test properly in the video. Two is to deal damage to the soft target underneath in different ways. Decutum, a really good channel, has some really solid videos on perhaps a lot of the blunt weapons were actually meant to take people prisoner or, incapacitate them and take them alive rather than kill them.
Yep.
Because
something.
If you cut someone's tendon on their arm, yeah, you disable that arm, but you have a small problem of you probably also bleed them to death fairly rapidly if you can't get that under control. Whereas if you break someone's arm, there's internal bleeding. There's stuff to be said, but they're not going to be bleeding nearly as much as if you had cut their arm open.
Historically, we know that taking people ransom was a big part of war.
Yep.
And we also know that there was some weapon for like a not sheriff, but like a lawmaker. Like the sheriff were a different thing back then.
Yep.
But like what was the name I'm looking for? Like people that just like there to keep like the bailiff and stuff like that. People keep there
for a deputy. Yeah.
They would use blunt weapon because you don't want to fucking kill your neighbor. The guy is drunk, he's causing a ruckus. You want to have a weapon to control him.
If you look at if you look at Sai historically in Okinawa, they were blunt. They usually had like a tiny little mace tip even at the end. Sometimes they could look like really small maces, and it's like, were these all just training weapons? It's like, no, they were probably meant to take people alive, take people man-catchers. Man-catcher is a global weapon. We see it in pretty much every culture is some way
the Sai was a police force weapon, right?
Yep.
For the Okinawa police.
You don't want to stab somebody. You could beat the absolute hell out of somebody, and as far as evolution and our physiology works, there's a lot of stuff that will physically bludgeon you that we're pretty resilient to, falls being the biggest one. We can survive those, maybe with CTE, but we survive them nonetheless. There's not much in nature that is a 12-inch, analogous to a 12-inch long knife. We're really quite bad at something penetrating that deeply. That is something the human body and most animal bodies have yet to adapt to. So there's that big differentiation between, well, do you actually want to kill the guy or just incapacitate them? How good is it at defeating armor? And if you do want to kill the guy and he's not wearing armor, how good is it at doing that? Because
I gotta say that's always something that bothers me in RPG. I think character in RPG oftentimes are way too easy with killing people.
Yeah.
Like killing somebody is not a small affair. It's not something you do without any fucking thought or afterthought, right? It's kind of traumatic.
Especially in melee. Especially when you're right there. That's something that a lot of these historical
it's also PTSD people, right? Just it's all the rage nowadays. Everybody want to fucking have PTSD. Sorry, I don't want to laugh at the vet on there. Right. Thank you for your service.
Right, but it is a thing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But I don't know, killing people, and obviously, like now, military people, they kill them far, so
Right. That's what I was going to mention. Yep.
Yeah, when you're there, and you're just fucking hitting somebody in the face until the brain spills out, right? That's kind of traumatic to most people, and and especially in this case, right? When you in medieval time, when people didn't have this propaganda of dehumanizing people, right? Nowadays when you do that, when they take the child soldier, right, and they brainwash them until seeing the other people as not even human, stuff like that. It make it a bit easier, but still, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's not accounted enough in RPGs, and that's a role issue.
Most armies broke at 2% casualties thereabouts, because you saw 10 people sees one of their friends die, even an acquaintance die, and then that's it for most people. Most people are not going to keep fighting after that. That's
like you would get routed at like 2%, 5% casualty.
Yep.
Like decimated is like losing 10% of your men.
Yep.
And that's
the name,
disaster, right? Just like,
very occasionally you'd have these like wars of resources where people were totally wiped out. Like the Battle of Visby was a rare one where there's estimate where it's like it doesn't appear that anyone survived from the losing side, but that's so rare. That's
while you're or you know like the Battle of Agincourt, right?
Yeah.
When the filthy English said to kill all the prisoner that they had, and that was a fucking scandal.
Yeah,
that was like, because there were SWAT numbers like that, and the king ordered to kill all the prisoners. Was it the king or was it the prince at the battle that was eating the English?
I don't recall. You put me on the spot there.
Might have been the Black Prince.
Yeah. This is a good point too. Conway mentions the worst, most common sin in RPG combat is how suddenly people begin killing themselves and fight to the death. It's so anti-human. I hate when I read, unless it's like a cultist or a demon or some construct that is unthinking. I hate when you have a stat block and you have the morale section. It fights to the death. They fight to the death, and you're like, really? Most like animals, especially, you hurt them and they're going to
flee.
They're going to flee, or they're going to vastly change it's going to be a bluff. They don't want to.
If you're not corner, when the fight happen and you're not corner, you're gonna fly, right? For most people, right? That's something like people being like killing other human beings too easily and being too willing to fight to the death. That's a big problem I have in RPGs. And not only I think it's a problem systematically, but also like it locks you away from such interesting stories of what happened when you surrender, what happened if you get captured, what happened if you give your stuff away with the bandit that get you bested.
I think it's one of the cool things that a campaign can do, which is build a reputation for the player characters. Like if they are this ruthless band of absolute murderers, then their enemies are going to treat them in kind, right? Assuming that information gets out.
And that was also the thing that the pirate would do with the black flag, right? Oh, we don't take prisoner and stuff like that. We kill everybody, right? That was also like a I still was saying most casualty in ancient warfare happen when one side turned to flee. That's true, especially with cavalry, which also cavalry was oftentimes like the people where war was their profession, right? While like the people on the front line were just like peasant recruited for the summer.
Right.
So they were not as desensitized. But does your system penalize for sanity based on how many buddies you have? No, but that's an interesting idea. Very interesting idea.
I've been replaying Metal Gear Solid 3, and there's a spoiler for a 20-year-old game at this point, 21-year-old. At the end, the last boss fight like psychologically assaults you with the spirits of everyone you've killed throughout the game. Not the last, but the penultimate. And that's really cool. It's because throughout the game they give you the option to use non-lethal, but there's no real mechanical advantage to it. In fact, it's harder to do non-lethal because you have a million ways to go about it lethally: knives, grenades, a bunch of different guns, but only a few to do it non-lethally. So the question becomes, well, why do it? And then you get to the end, and it's like, okay, there was a mechanical advantage, but because you didn't know about it the first time you play through it, it's really a question of morality, a question of your humanity. I thought that was so cool. That's
but when they're in PCs too, right? That's also like video game logic, right? They're not people. They're just like
right.
Fuck, I mean, Ghost, and you thought your summer job was a drag.
Right. Yeah.
Imagine being like, you have to be you're being conscripted.
Yeah. There's never a conversation. There's so much talk in these games, which doesn't ever seem to happen with like the actual villains. There's lots of roll initiative. They attack on sight. There's usually conversation like, wait, what are we even here for? If you bring a sword out against someone immediately, you're a lunatic, dude. Like,
this station too, right? Like that's such like, you need to fight somebody, like you should probably kill him, but then you hesitate.
Yeah.
And then you get striked, right? You get
Right,
hit.
right. Yep.
It's part of like that's something happened a lot in combat.
Mhm.
Because on RC can't pop foot to the death, to the death, dead to the death. I guess would be the group which, but Corn Pop didn't ever get a chance to fight. He fucking got killed in one one shot. So that's
Happens.
fair, right?
Yeah.
If I would have been left with like a few hit point, I might have tried to run, but I didn't. Yeah.
Zonalara sent you a source for the deaths in the Discord. Yep.
Hi everybody, coming from girlfriends.
Bill's funny tonight.
Always funny.
Yeah, but especially it might be the painkillers talking. I don't know.
Yeah, Corn Pop was a bad dude. He
Yeah,
was.
yeah,
Oh,
oh,
he's
yeah.
dead. Oh, I missed the. I
Yeah,
missed
sorry.
the. Oh, it's because we're trying to click at the same time.
Yeah, we're
Corn Pop was a bad
each
dude.
other
Yeah.
here.
There's never enough fleeing either.
Mhm,
I agree
mhm.
with that.
Yep. Which, if you are in a, here's an issue that a dagger brings up, and why Sigmund of Ringek kind of breaks character when he talks about it in his treatise. He says, and now we come to the godforsaken dagger when he starts talking about it. If you're using a spear, you give your opponent a chance to flee. They actually might be able to run away. If you are fighting somebody with a knife, one of the problems is you're there, you're stuck in, especially if you've laid hands on each other. It now becomes very difficult to you have backed the guy into a corner, basically. That's why
That's
I
what I was about to say. Like,
yeah.
because there's also going to be a lot of grabbing involved,
Mhm.
right?
That is
If
why
you
I
got-
hate the
Yep.
modern self defense. Oh, just run away if he's got a knife. Like, oh, fucking hell, dude. You might not be able to. There's a real possibility you can't.
First, the guy's not gonna draw the knife and say, "Oh, en garde, motherfucker."
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
he's probably gonna keep the knife
yeah.
the knife hidden until he stab you,
Yeah.
or he's gonna grab you,
Yeah.
then draw the knife, right? Just
Mhm.
like a knife are easy to
Mhm.
hide. It's like it's a big advantage of them.
Yep.
So yeah, running away from a knife is
Yeah.
somebody attack you with a knife.
Yep.
Good luck, motherfucker. I said I
Yeah.
had some stab wounds,
Yep.
some stab scar. None of them are with knife. Well,
Yeah.
I had one with knife, but that was a
Yeah.
different old story. But like most of my stab wound are not with knives.
Mhm.
One of them was just like a piece of sharpnel, kind of a shiv, I guess.
Yeah.
Some like piece of rubbish steel that somebody used
Yeah.
to come and poke me,
I
and
assume mine was with a
with
knife.
some
I
puddles.
never saw the guy. That's another issue with just run away. Is I'm like I don't even know it. Like as if it was in my case where it was a mass stabbing. They're usually like and then off to the next and just like mine was just
That's
a
the
fucking
thing too.
crazy guy. Like,
Somebody trying to shiv me with a piece of random steel, right? That was very sharp at the point, enough like that it leave me a deep scar.
Mm.
I could grab it and
Yes,
control it. So
yeah.
that's also a point against the stiletto dagger. He
Uh,
tried to stab me in the side. I moved away, got my arm, but then I brought my hand and grabbed the object. And
it's a downside and an upside because we have a lot of techniques where we will grab our own blade as well.
yeah, okay.
Especially
Yeah.
if but this is like that's like super high level dagger stuff that
Yeah.
nobody does except for the historical stuff. But inspiration for your games, I suppose. Maybe I should make a video on that. Yeah, this is a good point that Jacobite Wiseman and Conway both mentioned. If we did fights to the death as much as RPGs in real life, we would be extinct.
Yeah.
But RPGs often have resurrection stuff, so that's an interesting thing to mention. Dueling was always normal. Dueling only died as a practice when people started dying in pistol duels. Two really interesting points to that. People start mentioning, in fact, the coining of the term martial art in the West is from a guy, George Silver, who writes a book in 1599 called Paradoxes of Defense, where
one of the few English written fighting manual, by the way.
Yeah, and one of the few ones that's legible too, that isn't using a bunch of esoteric jargon either.
Just because you're English.
Well, no, I mean like the early Middle English and Old English stuff is just like it's gibberish, but but as the weapons start to get more and more thrusting oriented. Okay, I thought I was going to burp. I'm not. As the weapons start to get more and more thrusting oriented, people start dying a lot more in the duels, which is why I say earlier that actually a Quillen dagger might be, or a stiletto dagger might be quite good in an unarmed situation if your intention was to kill the other guy, because it's much more likely to drop the guy dead instantly. Yes, yeah. But he mentions that it's like, man, now that the French have moved to these poignard, sort of proto small sword, and the Italians have and Spanish have their rapiers and spada di daga, they're killing each other all the time. You get a lot of what we would call a double, like constantly. Which happened this last Saturday, yeah. The second thing I wanted to mention is that they did try pistol dueling for a while after that non-lethally with wax bullets, which was really cool. It actually made it all the way to the Olympics for, I think, 2 Olympics. And then they figured out actually it's kind of hard to make it safe even still. But yeah, really interesting to mention that, dueling starts to go away as it gets more and more deadly. Even the can't seize the bundle of stixists when they would do Mincer, the Austrian style of dueling. It was with sabers, but they were typically really only sharp down to about the last inch, and they would never thrust, and they would only go to a cut on the face. That's why you see a lot of the German officers in World War II with scars all over the face. It wasn't from military combat; it was from Mincer, from dueling.
Yep, that was like in college tradition.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Have a good night,
military
Bill.
schools. Yeah, have a good night, Bill. Good seeing you.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Mincer scarring school.
There you go. Yep.
Is it? I don't know.
There's some interesting stuff there with guys that would intentionally drop their guards so that they could just get the one and go, he got me, and then move on, because it's kind of a badge of honor, like cauliflower ear is today in jiu-jitsu or wrestling. And occasionally, I don't remember if it was Otto Carius or someone else, but some of the other German officers would mention that, like, no, you have to hold them to actually make it a fight, and you have to cut them up everywhere but their face to get them to actually fight you and earn that scar, so to speak. So it's an interesting thing to think about the culture. Think about when people were actually fighting with these weapons. 90+% of the time, it was not to kill the other person. It was in this. It was with things like Feder, things that were, they primarily dueled either with, even in the earlier days of Fiore in the 1400s. They were they were dueling in padded jackets.
That's funny. Yeah, I was just I'm reading and I'm waiting for my books from Amazon, which take forever.
Yeah.
But I'm reading a Shinguru.
Mm-hmm.
Shingurui. I'm too drunk to remember. It's a manga, and they made an anime about it, but the anime unfortunately is unfinished, unresolved. Like, so you don't have a resolution.
Mm-hmm.
But they make it's a manga about in Japan about sword school, basically, like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So sword dojo, sword
Ryuha. The Ryuha.
And at a time where the duel with real sword were banned, but the brother of the shogun at the time decided to organize one anyway, and then getting fighter to come to that, right? It's but it's all about this those dojo that get to compete with each other and get kind of insane stuff like that. But it's interesting. It's an interesting point about this fighting with the duel, with people want to test their skill, but they're not allowed to kill each other, right? But then a guy that's a bit deranged and in power want to see some blood. Shingurui is the title, and it basically means blood frenzy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good, to be honest, guys.
I've heard good things about that. Yeah. This is mostly true, especially if we're talking 1700s and on. 1500s, it was more you needed to ask a judge. You needed to get it was legal, but you needed permission. Effectively,
There was a
um,
even if you read the book of the Musketeer, that's a big part of like
Yeah.
the action happening, right? They want to make duel, but like they're not
Yeah.
allowed to, so they have
Yeah.
to kind of do it on the down low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And eventually, it got to the point where judges would, before it became fully illegal, judges would just keep saying no, and it became sort of de facto illegal. Where
Captain Conway in the
Yeah.
Menser fight, yeah, they usually had goggles and nose guard. Yeah, it's true, which looked quite silly because also like there was like
funny.
goggle with like just steel with holes.
Yep.
Because they didn't have like good glass.
Yep.
Yeah. What I wanted to say about like you mentioned about like yes,
This
about the and you know that's a big point. Like something you might not know about me. I hate guns in a way. I don't hate guns. Like I think shooting guns is fun and stuff like that. I like it as much as any man, right? I did shoot guns. I shot full automatic AK, and I shot handguns, and I shot like all kind of stuff. I've been in Cambodia for a while, so I had a lot of opportunity to do kind of like silly stuff with guns. I'm not gonna go into detail in that.
Yeah, I bet.
But I don't like guns conceptually because I think they take the honor away. But I know, like it's the whole thing, like people like say in American said, "Oh, God created man, but Smith and Wesson make them equal." And I say, well, if God didn't create them equals, then it's
maybe we weren't supposed to be.
You weren't supposed to be. Like I hate the idea that you can take like a top guy that is trained and fit and healthy and strong, can get killed by a guy like a paraplegic in a wheelchair because he got a gun.
It's changed the definition of fit in that in the Darwinian sense, right?
Well, now because now it become like being sneaky and shit like that.
Becoming sneaky. And even how fast you can rack, get on target, draw.
Or if you can just come up like conspicuously, is that the word?
Inconspicuous. Yeah.
Inconspicuously. That's a hard one.
So I butchered a French word, and Max has butchered an English word. We're one for one there.
More than one. And just draw a gun and shot a guy, right? Just like it's that for me, like that's unnatural, and that shouldn't be like a woman shouldn't be able to kill a man. That's unnatural, and that shouldn't be. Women should be.
You're not for the pink Glocks movement, as we've found out. So everyone with wives and daughters, get your get.
Well, it's your responsibility as a man to protect them. That's the thing, right? Just like
that's true. The consequences of women's independence, something. But
yeah, and that's and also become like the I just fucking dropped cider on me. It also like become a warfare. English. Just stop drinking like some horrible fetal alcohol syndrome. Maybe they made in modern English. Like what the fuck sausage? Jesus, what the fuck? But Mr. Max doesn't want to be killed by a woman. It's too shameful. If I don't get killed by myself, that's probably the next most likely scenario. It's probably number 2. It's gonna be my own end or some kind of bitch that I abuse too much or whatever. Anyway, that's a different story.
Canadian government, again, this is all parody. This cannot be used in the court of law. This is.
Do I need to put the warning again? Like, I got like, come on, it's for entertainment purpose.
Oh man,
that's why I played that at the start.
Yeah.
But what was I about to say? Like you say, I've been cut dead by a lot of women. When I was mentioning the scar from a knife that I have, that is not just a shiv or some random object, is from a woman. So
your point has medieval precedents too, because I believe it was Pope Pius IV that tried to ban crossbows.
Yeah.
Because he saw them
Christian.
as a
when used ban crossbow when used against Christian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use-
But there were lots of people that agreed. There was one French knight that complained about the move from the melee to one-on-one duels. He thought it was like, but come on, basically complaining about the weakening of that day's men. And today we're thinking like, dude, these guys he's calling weak are beating each other's heads in with blunt steel. Like,
but like, yeah, but when I'm the problem becomes that when you have like the crossbow, but even more so with the firearm, right?
Yeah.
Become like war doesn't become about like measuring a people against another, right? It become about who can field the most people and who can equip them better. So it become a war, like
And
money is money has always been the nerve of war. But when you include weapon like firearm, it become like the only fucking factor basically. If you can put more gun on the field, that's it. You basically win, right?
Yeah.
If you're not an idiot, like this is always case
Well,
of like
where
like
the
of course if you have a guy like Leo Major, right, that's gonna go alone
Erwin
and
Rommel,
capture like what?
Erwin Rommel.
Yeah, there's a.
There are outliers, of course. But
You ever heard of Leo Major?
I have. I don't recall his significance.
It's like is this French Canadian Quebecois guy, right? That went alone. Well, with one of his friend, but the friend got out of combat pretty fast. But he liberated a Dutch town in World War II, basically by himself, and came back with like 86 war prisoner.
Yeah, or
but he was alone.
Mad Jack Churchill storming machine gun nests with a broadsword and a bow.
Yeah. But now we're talking like a French Canadian against like some kind of European faggots, so they don't compare.
Yeah, but yeah, those are the kinds of guys you want to role play. That's getting into the into the thick of it. It's and I think there is something that's lost with I think this is why the gunfighting scenes in John Wick work so much better than so many movies, is because it's always up close and personal. There's always the grappling component. Guys are trying to stop you from drawing in the first place or get the gun offline, and there's something so much more human about that than click, you're dead.
And much more interesting, much more honorable. What Captain Conway said, like, war does not determine who is right, only who is left.
Yeah.
But I'm a guy that say this is the same thing.
Yep.
Might makes right. That's the way of the world. I'm sorry to say, guys, right? It doesn't matter.
You can dislike it, but you can't say it's not true.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Yeah.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
But it is how the world work, right? Just like, the old fucking like the wolf and the sheep, like the sheep drawing downstream of the wolf, and the wolf saying like, "Oh, you pollute my stream," and the sheep say, "How can that be? I'm downstream of you." And the sheep just jump across and eat him.
Yeah,
that's the whole fucking story, right? Just like
right.
It is how the world work, right? People like the sooner you understand that, the more efficient you're gonna be in politics. Because people want to make those arguments about what ought to be, but what ought to be, what ought to be, like, shit in your hand, and then like put what ought to be in the other,
open the other, and
exactly. Like it doesn't weight shit, right? It doesn't weight like anything.
Yeah, and that's the way I feel about a lot of these theoretical like weapons tests on should X or Y do better, is where it's like, okay, we can have all the theory in the world. Well, one, the test is not very scientific at all. I mean, we have two consistent, deep, independent variables: the person that's doing it and the weapon itself. That's pretty much it. Air temperature, density, all that notwithstanding. But the target is getting weaker.
Might doesn't make right, but it does make the rules, right? I guess like might. The expression should be might makes rights.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If you have the might, you can decide what you're allowed to do or not. Right. Rights in the sense of like in that sense. But so yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so in the weapon debate, like like you
Mhm.
said, yes,
Yep.
we can, and it's fun to nerd out about it.
It is, yeah.
So 1 bottle of cider is not quite enough.
Mhm.
2 is a bit much for me to do a stream. But it is what it is, right? Just like
There we go.
yeah,
We're
I've been
finding that.
yeah, exactly. When we test the limit and shit like that, right?
There you go.
I've been finding lately that staying sober is quite hard. I don't know why. I might have something going on. Anyway, that's different. That's trauma dump. But yeah, those it's fun to nerd out about those things, right? And it's good to think about about it. Oh, good night, Jacob.
Yeah, good night, Jacob Weisman.
Yeah. But yeah, if we look at a system like D&D, there is this thing where AC and HP are both abstracted and with a lot of overlap, and damage playing to that, right? And there's no damage reduction for armor. It's just like how much harder you are to hit, right? So basically, you have to understand that it's how hard you are to hit a part that is significant, right? That is on armor and stuff like that.
Right.
If we go outside of D&D and we look at damage in RPG in general, which one do you think does it the best?
Ooh, that's a good question. Sticking to medieval fantasy and to well, I guess actually it's melee weapons in general.
Yeah, let's do melee weapon first, because there's something very interesting about guns as well. That at some point, like when you get guns, like people think like, oh, guns should be so much more deadly. Really? You get hit in the face with an axe? You think that's less deadly than being shot?
Yeah.
Like 50 Cent got his name from surviving 50 gunshot, right?
Right.
Show me one person that survived 50 axe strikes.
Yeah. I mean, like, there's these.
Well, yeah,
no,
like
but a handgun. Right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but yeah.
But even that, like, like if somebody like say, okay, I'm gonna shoot you from 20 feet away, right?
Yep.
Or I'm gonna hit you in the face with an axe. You can choose which one.
Well,
I'll take my chance with getting shot.
Yeah. If I am simply going to get hit by the axe, then I guess I'll grin and bear it. But I think for most people, yeah.
Oh, you would take the axe, or you take the gun?
I'd take the gun, I'd say. But I would say if I had a chance, if I had to get hit, if I could defend myself, I would definitely choose the axe. But against the gun, it's much more reasonable to run away since they're already at range. So that's an interesting.
Even if I could defend myself, I think I would still go with the gun.
Oh, interesting.
Because I feel like I could, try to run and dodge and closing the distance, right?
Yeah.
Once you close the distance and then we're end to end with the guy, then I feel like the gun is not so much of a factor. Oh, it's a good. Yeah. That's a more interesting question.
Yeah,
I know more about it.
I'm an outlier because I train weekly against melee weapons, so I know which one, and I'm fucking awful at running. I have a litany of health issues, and running is one that flares them up super badly.
Yeah,
but maybe if I had to, I would.
With the adrenaline, right?
I would make it happen.
Yeah,
but yes,
I don't know, yes, that would be like a tough one, right? If I have to, like, if I'm tied up to a pole,
yeah,
one or the other,
yeah.
I would choose the gun.
I take the one gunshot, versus the one axe swing for sure.
Yeah. But if I can run and try to fight back, that's a tough one now. I think I would still go with the gun.
Yep. Yeah, go within 20 feet, especially because then how many shots can they get on you before you get in there? It becomes a new question. Yeah. I heard from the when we would do active shooter drills at the library, the police chief would tell us that as somebody is moving, most shooters have like a less than 10% hit rate. So if you could walk in on a bias, then or even just change your level from high to low as you're moving, then
oh, there you go. Like Conway said, like depending on the caliber, 22, 9mm, 40, 45, which are all like handgun.
That's
to be honest, I wouldn't like to be shot by a 45.
No, for comparison,
I wouldn't shot by any of them, like but
Yeah.
like 22 does sound not as bad as 45. And 308, yeah.
For comparison, that's there's a 45. It's about the size of my thumb, so yeah, that's
Do you have a 308? 308? Do you have a 308?
I have a 30-06 somewhere, but I have a 7.62, which would be just about as big as.
Yeah, 7.62 is about as big as 308. Yeah.
Yeah, the bullet's as big. The cartridge just isn't, but
Yeah, the 30-06 is 5.56 millimeter.
30-06 is 0.301.
That's NATO, right?
30-06 is technically.
Oh no, 30-06. No, that's the fucking hunting round.
Yeah, well, it used to be a military round, but yeah, mostly.
But now it's like if you want to hunt lion and shit like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. 30-06.
Yeah, 30-06 will a bit overkill for military. It'll fucking drop.
It's like it's for big game hunting.
Yep.
But not like if you want to go elephant hunting and shit like that. But like
There's again outliers, of course, but yeah.
What's the 5.56? What is the millimeter again at that?
5.56 is that's the millimeter. It's not a diameter, so it's
what is it in inch then?
Huh? What's the
inch?
imperial?
That's 308.
The imperial. 0.223.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I forgot.
Yep.
Yeah, 0.223. There you go. Flamingo.
But it's frustrating because 223 has different SAMI spec pressures, so it is a different round. Despite the fact I fucking hate firearms.
So wait, is that a 22? Well,
yeah. Technically, yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah. Really fast 22. Yeah. Banning based on size of bullet. Meanwhile, my 38 Smith & Wesson is going like 500 feet per second. It's But
damage.
Yeah, on the subject of what games do it well, I am. So let's bring up games that are not D&D, assuming D&D 5th edition, because 5th edition is the one that guts the reach system. It has the health bloat system. It had, not really system, but the health bloat.
Okay, that's an interesting point you bring, because like I was saying, like, do we care about that? But like, maybe we do, because those things need to be linked in a sense, right?
Right, because there's a break point. Something that Nicholas mentioned in the Discord was, does it really matter if the difference between a D4 and a D8 or a D10 even? If you only have 8 health, the difference between a D4 and a D10 is a hell of a lot. If you have 200 health, who the fuck cares whether or not it's a D4 or a D10? Yeah, it's where we're really picking at grasping at straws here.
And then you're gonna be fucking chipping away at big.
Yeah, you're gonna be using your dagger from that scene in Wolfenstein where they're you're both.
That's something that's important to you. That you like, for me, it bothers me when there's no way you can do a one shot, one kill in a system.
Yeah, that's third shot of the night, guys. That's one of the things I really like about Pathfinder, is that at low levels, the health is small enough for the weapon die to actually matter. If you're using 2d6 with a greatsword versus a d4 with a dagger, that matters a lot when you've only got 12 health, right? Whereas as it goes up and you're getting the vast majority of your damage through the character's skills. The power attack, though, I use a elephant in the room supplement, which just gives everybody power attack. But base attack bonus, the scaling of skill as characters get more skilled as they're going on, the enchantment that it's got placed on it, so magic getting involved. Things like if you're specifically like a two-handed specialist fighter, you get very, very good at making these single big chops and hews at people. And the level 19, yesterday there's this demonic cyclops that my party was fighting, and one of my players is playing a two-handed fighter, and takes the cyclops off guard, gives it one big hew in the head that does over half their health points and damage. I roll for shock, and they just die, bleed out on the ground there. So yeah, it does bug me when cool moments like that can't happen. I think people are too obsessed with balance, where it's like, oh, Cyclops didn't even get a turn, and I'm like, well, they're a fucking demon. Who cares? But two, yeah, that was really cool. Sometimes it's cool, I didn't.
But it's also like you should, as a character, as a player, and as a character, right? You should always feel you get into a fight. You should be serious. You should always feel like your life's on the line, right? Like and that's a reason why, like in Bastard Sword, like I mentioned a bit, like yes, you have reach, you have type of damage, and the damage is also based on the weapon and the strength, but also how well you did on your strike gives you a number of damage dice that you roll, right? So your strength and your Belamo versus solo point is a bigger difference than terminal ballistic.
That's kind of the same as the edge geometry question.
Yeah. What you got there? What are
those? There's a 45 hollow point.
Oh yeah.
Compared to 7.62 ball, which is infamous for over penetrating and not actually doing that much damage.
Yeah. What's your but you're a snub nose kind of guy, right? On your daily life.
Yeah, typically. I don't have that with me right 38? Now.
You don't have it right now?
Well, no, I have the big 45 with me right now. Oh. It's in the it's a 327 Federal Magnum.
What kind of ammo do you put in it?
I have 3 rounds of Hornady FTX and then 3 rounds of Federal Hollow Points. The FTX rounds are a little better, but Hornady has been having some issues with dud primers. So giving myself
you're really going to the weed there. You're really going into fucking detail there, right? That's interesting.
Just giving myself the benefit of that. I mean, I'll probably end up shooting through them anyways, and then just loading it all with the FTX. But
I guess dud round doesn't matter as much in revolver, right?
Yes, that's one of the nice things about a revolver is if it goes click, I just keep pulling the trigger.
I guess they matter more in the sense that you're losing one of your round and you have less.
Yeah, right.
But you can just
I don't
trigger again.
I don't have to go
the tap rack slide. Yeah.
And lose it because this doesn't have serrations, and then
Yeah. Interesting.
Yep.
I don't think we should go into that much detail into.
In a game, probably not. No.
Can you hold the fort for a minute? I'm gonna go piss.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll keep on the subject of guns, and then we'll go.
Yeah, and you can interact with the chat as well, right? You have this power.
Yeah. Conway says fighting even a goblin should be fucking terrifying. I agree, and sometimes it should be terrifying for the goblin too. If you are doing the scaling 0 to hero sort of thing, is I think you should get to a point where you can just absolutely demolish the things that were once terrifying. If you are playing the traditional sort of D&D style of thing. Dr. Flamingo, deadly combat greatly improves the game because there's no shit could go really bad for them. So they're less likely to be psycho boys and less likely to get bored on the 10th round of, well, we won this combat 5 rounds ago, but they still have 50 health left, but we're just playing my health are sitting at 200 and they're going down by 10 every round. His health's at 50 and it's going down by 10 every round. I know which one of us is going to win here. This is just fucking not interesting. That's a big problem with the health bloat. Yeah, LSGD, and I am well aware. I think as long as it's not in the thumbnail or like the first few minutes, it should be fine. But yeah, I've had videos shadow banned for that. I don't get any notification. If you make a comment on any of my videos that have guns in them, I will have to manually review it because they've been shadow banned. I just don't get notifications for them. It's super fucking annoying and cringe because guns aren't advertiser friendly, but the ads that I do get are like, softcore porn for, one or another thing, ED medication. It's fucking, like over-the-counter Cialis and Viagra, so like scheduled drugs in the United States. That's all advertiser friendly. That's fine, Google. Fucking ridiculous company. Hollow points are brutal. You're very likely to die to blood loss. It doesn't have more stopping power though. Yeah, it's like statistically negligible. Because I use a VPN. And so they can't target for anything, so they just target for region. So Japanese men are getting lots of. I don't know. My VPN might read as like a 60-year-old man, probably in all probability. Though it definitely has made me question, like, what the fuck kind of ads are people getting? Yeah, stopping power is a meme. The one-shot stop really doesn't matter that much with different pistol calibers. Generally, I think most self-defense civilian-involved shoots, so mostly involving pistols, end in between 3 and 5 shots. So really, you're not bringing it from one shot to however many more. It's usually bringing it from 5 to 4 to 3 and so on. So
you're talking about like this ED medication, right? Can
yeah.
you say that? I'm kidding, guys. I don't need ED medication. I just need to stay sober for a night, and I'm good.
Oh my god. Yep.
Stopping power. That's what I want to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Regarding the stabbing versus slashing and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
That's a debate that has been going on for a long time in military stuff, right?
Yeah.
When they were like doing the saber, right? They kept going, like army, like the French and the British. They kept going between like slash-centric saber versus stab-centric saber.
Really light sabers, really heavy sabers, like
yeah. And I think the conclusion that was usually accepted is that, like, yes, stabbing is more deadly, but slashing is more fight-ending.
Yeah. At least with a sword. At least when you have
at least with a sword,
when you have that much mass, and
I guess with any meta weapon, right?
When you have a weapon that's big enough, right? Like slashes from
yes. Okay, yes. From a
slashes
dagger,
from this are not gonna do
okay, fair enough. Yeah,
not gonna do too much to you, right?
Yeah. But when you start like being like chopping limbs or incapacitating them seriously, that's kind of fight ending,
right? Yeah.
Well, oftentimes you're gonna stab somebody. Yeah, he's gonna die.
Yeah,
but he's gonna still fight you for a little while.
Yeah, especially depending on where he gets
right?
Especially depending on where he gets stabbed. Specifically, we have even rifle shots don't have this mystical stopping power.
Yes,
but they are more likely to if they hit the right thing. Right, like if you hit upper center.
You know what? I think bludgeoning weapon can have even more stopping power than oftentimes.
Yeah.
The guy out, or make him fall down, shit like that, right?
You can,
like you said, right?
Yeah, you can damage the armor itself and immobilize them to some more.
Thrusting is more deadly, at least within days, but in the moment of fighting, slashing and bashing are pretty effective.
Yeah.
Is that something that should be taken account of?
I'm not so sure as much as location, because let's compare like and like. Let's compare like and like. If I slash you across the chest,
that
could be pretty bad. If I stab you in the chest, that's going to be very.
Well, I kind of like it, but that's
very in a fight.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My mind went somewhere else.
Don't turn this into a Reddit. How many werewolves could you take?
Take in what sense?
If you take a stab here, that is typically going to end the fight and kill you pretty much immediately.
Where?
Up here.
Yeah.
In the chest region. Whereas if I get stabbed or slashed in the stomach, that's pretty much equivalent there. It is going to take a long time. Arms now. We have a different conversation. If I get stabbed in the arm, there's a good chance that I can keep fighting, and that's not the biggest deal in the world. If I get
what if your arm get lump off, right?
And it severs the arm entirely, or even just severs one tendon, and I can suddenly I can't grab anymore, or I can only grab and I can't release. That changes things a lot, and that becomes one of the frustrations with HP as you have HP or you're unconscious. That's something I like about the way that Shadowrun handles HP, where you're taking your boxes, and as you go down the row, you start taking penalties. So -1, -2, -3, to your dice pool and so on. And the way that damage works there with either you get hit and you take the damage, or your armor absorbs it or blocks it. It's the damage becomes what's binary. You don't roll for damage, because rolling for damage becomes yet another abstraction on top of it. We mentioned it was 2-layered in D&D. It's actually 3-layered, because the die roll is an abstraction of how lucky were you? Where did you hit? What's the severity of that? So
2 dice roll.
Right, yeah. So we could argue it's 4, yeah.
Layer of abstraction, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. The way I ended it in Bastard Sword, right? Because that's also like you were talking about design, right? And we're both designing a game in a sense, so it's good conversation to talk about that. The way I do it, right? So, okay, I mentioned like how many hit, which are the success over the difficulty rating, or in the case of a fight, like the opposed roll, right? So that's your number of hit, right? So how much you did compared to your opponent can give you a number of damage dice. And then you roll those, and you compare to the armor, and then again, that gives you a number of hit that cause damage. But the guy that received the damage cannot decide where to put it on his character to simulate, in a sense, like what part of your body did you make more vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
In a fight, that's something you have to consider, right? And then I have this thing where like piercing damage is gonna cause 1 bleeding. I have those conditions. One of them is called bleeding. One of them is called stun. So piercing damage is gonna cause 1 level of bleeding. Slashing damage is gonna cause 2 level of bleeding. And bludgeoning is causing stun. But that's a different topic. So I have this thing, like, and you can ignore your bleeding for a roll. Like bleeding all cause that malus to your roll. You can ignore them, but then they aggravate. So I'm trying to account for those things. But sometimes, like, am I going too far? Am I making it like too crunchy in that sense? I'm trying to find the right spot, right? I'm going for something a bit crunchier, but I don't want it to be like unwieldy. So
right.
It's a hard target to hit.
We're kind of in similar headspaces there, because mine is mostly conditions based, and instead of having your hit points be a fixed number, your hit points are sort of a number of how many conditions you can have on that body part before you lose use of it, whether that means losing the limb entirely or or it's just broken beyond use at the moment. And yeah, there's a lot of that question of like, is it too much? Is it too granular? But I think it's really cool because it gets rid of a lot of the frustration of feeling like you're making up too much shit on the fly as a GM in games that have the big HP abstraction, where it's like, well, you just got, this dragon is like biting into your chest, it does like 100 damage to you, and you've got 200 HP.
Yeah,
you better role play some downsides there, right?
That's funny because like in the last game we had, right, like we're fighting an Hydra, and 2-Ed grabs my character, and I'm losing enough damage that I'm at 0 HP now. And there's 2-Ed that did that to me. And I wanted to do this like you're being ripped apart in Aft, right? You're being ripped apart by the 2-Ed. But in 5e, you have the death saving throw.
Yep.
So now I can't really do that. I need to at least wait 3 turns, like 3 failed death saving throw before I can go there, right? So I'm kind of being robbed by this cool death, right? By the system. So there's that as well, right? The system trying to make it too, at some point, like become like you said, like, yeah, the dragon is biting you in the chest, but it basically doesn't do much.
Yeah, exactly.
Level.
The mechanics don't fit the flavor. Yeah.
And LSG Dean say like 5e is that silly, but a lot of those problems existed before 5e. The double, triple, or quadruple abstraction that we're talking about, right? That's from all the way back.
Yeah, and even like lots of Paizo tried to acknowledge it with they have optional rules for
I love it. I don't know if that's from something, but I love that. You didn't save my life, you ruined my death. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think a good death is good.
Yeah. They had Paizo had the optional rules for using armor as damage reduction instead of making it harder for you to hit. Thought that was an acknowledgement of that as a problem. They had Swashbuckler, the class that can do this active defense parry, and fight to show, hey, it's kind of a problem that having a weapon or being unarmed doesn't change how hard it is you are to hit. They acknowledge that there. So there are acknowledgments here and there for these incongruities, I'll call them. But then they don't. Other designer, the main designers over at WotC didn't take that forward. In fact, they got rid of most of that stuff. They trimmed the fat in some very odd ways, I think. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's.
Conway say, I love our nerds are the first to point out it points is not meat point. It's about luck. Then why the F does eating give you back HP? Sorry, I fit in the swear word.
Yeah, don't put words in Conway's mouth.
Yeah, I don't want to put words in Conway. We all know what you mean.
Yeah.
But you didn't say it, so I'm gonna put it in your mouth. I don't think that healing is the problem there about like hit point not being meat point, because like you could also say like, oh, healing is also like psychological and restoring your faith and shit like that, right? For me, like the one that does it is fall damage. Like if hit point is not like if I stumble down the stair, why do I no is that like, is falling down the stair more harmful to my body than being swung at by an axe?
Right.
That's where the disconnect get from me, right? Just like, and
right.
How do you deal with that? Do you just like ignore fall damage and shit like that because
Yeah, and I think what is it? At some point, the scaling was such that it wasn't too ridiculous. Like in 3.5 3rd edition, that was quite a deadly system. It could be, at least, and it just, as you were gaining hit points, well, the enemies were gaining damage too. It didn't feel like a total numbers treadmill because obviously what that means is the peasant mob that could kill you 5 levels ago now has a really hard time killing you.
Yeah, but
it means
what
the
is
stuff
it?
that
What
you know
do you know on top of your head what fall damage is? Is like for every 10
in,
feet of falling, you get like 1 dice. What is the
it's
dice? Is it
1d6
D6?
damage, I believe. Yeah.
It's 1d6 damage, I believe, as well.
I think it's been that way for a really long time, like
Yeah.
since
So
3rd
for
edition.
every 10 feet you fall, you get 1d6 damage, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
1d6 damage is the damage done by
A short sword.
Is it short? I thought short sword was 1d8.
Oh, in 5e it might be like a hand axe, a small axe.
That would be less than a fucking short sword. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, the damage numbers never made any fucking sense to me in
Hatchet.
in
Yeah.
yeah.
I know
yeah.
like dagger like
Yeah.
1d4 or
Yeah,
dagger being
dagger's
raised
1d4. Yep.
Yeah. What is
Maybe
1d4?
maybe a light
I
mace
think
does a
short sword
d6.
is 1d8.
A light
Let me
mace might do a 1d6. Okay, yeah, it's short sword or short bow damage. It is a d6. Yeah.
Really?
I wonder if high level mages just fall down their towers to leave them. They can survive the fall after all. Maybe that's why higher level wizards.
Oh yeah,
taller
1d6
towers.
short sword. Like corn pop at
Yep.
short sword. So I
Yep.
I
There
had
you
my
go.
character sheet open, so I just went to look.
Yep. There you
Yeah,
go.
1d6.
There you go.
So okay. So like
Yep.
falling 10 feet
Yep.
does as much damage as being hit by a short sword.
Yep.
Is that reasonable? Especially if you say like that's being hit by a short sword. Also, like it's also like how much you cheat fate and how much stamina you lose. But then you fall, then that's
Yeah.
there's no fate. There's no fate. There's no
Right.
stamina
I
there.
like
Just freaking fall.
yeah. I think I liked in 3.5, I believe it was for every 10 feet past 10 feet. So you only
I
start
might be
counting
at
fall,
5e as well.
start counting fall
Yeah.
damage at like 11 foot and
Yeah.
past. But yeah, that's the classic
Yeah.
example is that a house cat can kill a commoner and
In one round, because cats have 3 attacks, 2
Yeah,
claw and
it's
1
true.
bite.
If they hit with all of them, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
the bite does 1d4 and the claw does 1d2, I
Yeah.
believe, right?
And these are great examples of why balance sucks. Where if you try to balance your game starts making no sense. Or it's like, well, the cat's CR1 and the commoner's CR1 or CR1 half or whatever it is. So they should be able to go toe to toe with each other. It's
Yeah. Although like I'm okay with making cats overpowered.
Sure. Maybe the Faerun cats are fucking crazy and we just don't know. They just don't talk about it, And I think that's something that could solve some of the hit point abstraction dilemmas if they would go to more detail to explain
What
what
Conway's
hit points
saying there,
are.
like I wonder if high level mage just fall on their
Yeah.
towers and leave them. They can survive the fall after all. Maybe that's why higher level wizards have tall towers. But like people die from falling downstairs.
80% of all workplace accidents, at least in the U.S., are falls off of 10-foot ladders.
Really?
Yep.
That's true. That's fucking stat. I didn't know that one.
Yep.
I'm usually good with stats, but that's one I didn't know.
Yep. OSHA ladder training. It's a 2-hour course. It's like once you get up to 20 foot.
Once you climb on the ladder,
Once
you shouldn't put like when your
3
feet is at
points
the
of
bottom of the
contact.
ladder.
Yep.
You should like when your arms are parallel to the ground, they should be like extended.
Yep.
Then
3
you have the
points
right
of
angle.
contact at least. Don't climb all the way up to the top rung. Don't put it in a busy door. Well, like fucking basic logical stuff for the most part. But I learned that interesting statistic is that falling off of ladders is by far the most common death, workplace death in the United States. So there you go. Maybe it is reasonable, but when you have
but is it like balance, right? Like like I don't have a problem with people like dying from falling downstairs, but dagger should be at least as deadly as theirs.
Right, right. Yeah, that's. I don't think it should be a D4. I agree. I think I think the what is it? The mechanical representation needs to be done in some other way. And Zonalar mentioned earlier, where was it, that a lot of stuff is hidden behind subclasses. Yeah, yeah, and the head,
Yeah.
how you're taking the fall definitely matters, and that's what I'm about to mention is that how much of HP is abstracted as your skill in taking the blow and taking the
Because like
injury.
Fall of Ladder, they crit on a 16 up.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you fall, backwards, and then if you're not break
Yeah.
falling properly, but maybe the higher HP is part of the abstraction is that you can break fall really well.
Conway, I wanted to ask you: is that true that you're studying medicine and specifically like sport medicine, shit like that? What did I get that wrong? I forgot. Tell that in the chat. Sorry, Tyler, I interrupted you.
No, you're fine. But maybe that's part of the abstraction, and it's something that I wish games that use the just sort of nebulous HP would explain more of. Is hey, what exactly does this mean? How much how free form is it to when you have things like awesome blow, where the ogre giant is just like back fisting you like 15 feet across the room or something, and you go tumbling and flying, and then you get up and it only did like a quarter of your HP. How much of that is, well, you can break fall, and the level 1 commoner doesn't know how to break fall, and he just splats his head against the wall the instant he goes flying.
Yeah, I've been the last system I read, right, was Daggerfall. Dagger Art, sorry.
Daggerheart, I was like, does Daggerfall have an RPG? I didn't know about it. I was
No.
yeah, Daggerheart. Yep.
No, that's the fucking cider talking.
Mhm.
Dagger Art. That's the last system I read.
Mm.
And they do damage in an interesting manner. And to be honest, that was the most interesting part of the system that I read.
Mhm.
Although we haven't played it yet, I'm waiting for Phil to. But Phil is busy with Dune MMO not right now.
Mhm.
And and the way they do damage is like when you hit somebody, they try to untangle this distinction, this abstraction a bit, right? So you have your character as evasion instead of AC, right?
Mhm.
Which is based on your class and dex, if we want, right? But then if you beat the evasion of the character,
Mhm.
you roll for damage, and they have damage threshold that are based on the armor. And your armor can be like, your damage threshold based on your armor and your character a bit
Mhm.
can be like, you have like you can either gain like a minor wound, a major wound, or a
Mhm.
severe wound. And it's gonna say like, oh, 4 plus is major, 16 plus is severe. So if the guy rolled for damage and roll below 4, then that's a minor wound. You lose 1 HP. If you roll below between 4 and 16, it's a major wound. You lose 2 HP. If you roll above 16, it's a major wound. You lose 3 HP. All right, I think that's an interesting system
Mhm.
because no armor, and you can also damage the armor
Yeah.
to lower a severe wound to a major or a major to a minor, which is good. Which I like that because that's a choice you get to make, right? But now you can lose at most 3 HP, and you have much less HP. Obviously, like your starting character is gonna start probably with 5 or something like that. 4 to 6, I guess, would be a
Mhm.
good estimate. So you can't be killed in one shot. You can be killed in 2 shots. Um, and there's a distinction. Like the abstraction is a little more clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your skill to avoid being hit is one thing. Your armor is another thing. They make
Right.
a little bit of a clearer distinction.
Yeah, Hackmaster 5th edition did that. That's a good reminder of a system that I think does damage pretty well. Because Hackmaster 5th edition, if you don't know, is Hackmaster 4th edition was a parody of AD&D 2nd edition and all that. Then with Hackmaster 5th edition, they tried to make a serious system that was like, well, let's take what was actually good about that parody system and improve upon it. And there were things like that that were quite interesting, which is that armor made you worse at avoiding things. So certain enemies like giants, dragons, and the like, there wasn't a lot of point in wearing armor because it would just slow you down as compared
That's
to
annoying.
it's not going to defend you that well.
Yeah.
Whereas against swarms of smaller enemies, you would want to wear armor because it's harder to dodge against them. I thought that was kind of interesting.
You think? Isn't that kind of annoying? This thing like, oh, armor slowing down, armor
Yeah,
sweaty,
it's
slow you
it
down
is,
so much. You
but
get
it
so
does.
clumsy in armor. You can have a
Right,
freaking
right.
horse on armor.
Yeah, yeah. It is frustrating that old myth, but I did like the mechanics for your armor actually needing to be repaired, and if your armor is doing its job and absorbing hit as it's supposed to, well, it's probably getting damaged in the process. You've got any what's the word? Any fittings, connecting points, those are popping off all the time. They need to be repaired. Split rings are going to need to be riveted or butted if you don't have the facilities for it. And it makes the downtime, the time between combats, a lot more interesting. Where there's now the fighter doesn't feel like this guy that's like, all I can do is fight, and then everything else is I role play. I role play everything else pretty much is because the mechanics of the game aren't doing anything for me. Now he gets to think about, oh fuck, I gotta lose this thing. It's stuck stuck shut.
Because armor to a certain extent is kind of like disposable, right? Just like
right, yeah. Yeah.
Who cares if it gets broken if it saves your fucking life?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's the but yeah,
like another weapon where they were kind of like disabling you by making your armor not to work properly.
Yeah. There's a recent armory find of a lot of finished halberds that they didn't come to fine edges. They more just kind of tapered off like that. And you really couldn't cut anything with them. But what Tobias Capwell figured, it was a great it's a doctorate in medieval. I don't know if it's medieval studies generally, but he has a ton of great research on medieval weapons, arms, and armor. And his idea is that these are to fold in the joints effectively so that they'll bind up against each other, and you won't be able to move as effectively.
Like those plates that need to slide on each other, right?
Yeah,
it's very fine work. And a properly made armor for yourself. Oh, there you go. You got a nice freaking gauntlet there. Properly made armor doesn't reduce your dex at all, which is also like a trope we've seen in RPGs, right?
With the exception of the gauntlets, I would say.
With the maybe, okay.
But this is why you see a lot of guys in the artwork ditching the gauntlets. They're head to toe in plate, and then their hands are just sticking out from their lower vambrace of plate. It looks kind of funny.
And they also oftentimes add to ips in full armor, right?
Right.
And then they just, because that's the thing. Oftentimes armor is not gonna hinder your dex.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would technically hinder your dexterity because technically dexterity is like the finger.
Yeah,
agility.
yeah.
But it would hinder your agility, your mobility.
No, I can still rotate.
But you would get more tired.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Is when you triple the weight of your hand every time you swing, it is so much more exhausting than making that same motion without it. Also, should probably add damage. That's something, because if you swing with this, the amount of mass that's adding to especially a dagger strike like this is really impressive.
That's very interesting, because like
yeah.
that's something we talked about in the start of the stream, right? Like, you know, like when like damage is a lot of function of like how much mass you can transfer to the strike. And I might have mentioned in passing, I don't remember, but like, yes, a spear has more mass than a dagger. I don't think that's that significant. But if we add the armor to it, and now you transfer your mass and the mass of the weapon and the mass of the armor.
Yeah. This is pretty gnarly. I'll have to film some tests with that. It's about to be watermelon season, so
what can we say? Like, armor could be crippling depending on weather, extreme weather make armor actually crippling.
The difficulty is getting the armor to the fight. Yeah, is yeah. The void of medieval weapons and firearms. Yeah. I don't have any medieval firearms. I want to get an arquebus at some point, but if anyone wants to fund that, then fund the testing.
I should bring at least a sword down here, right? So I can at least rival like a Genie D. Like, oh, this is why I always carry a sword.
So Conway, you said the damage die is abstracting something, but what is it abstracting? The place where it hit, grazing versus a deeper cut. Even that part is weird to me. All of it, it depends totally on how the GM or the player, rarely, really only in our cases, adjudicates, or describes the result of the hit.
And that's kind of the problem with like those D&D abstraction, is like they abstract many things at once, and something get abstracted by more than one system at once. So that's kind of like, like, oh, you roll a critical, you're gonna do extra damage. So that means that you roll to it represent also abstract how well you hit, but then also how well you roll on your damage dice represent how well you hit. So there's those dice roll and those systems that abstract more than one thing,
the same thing sometimes,
and those one thing that are abstracted by more than one system.
So yeah, it's like quality of cut. But so like, I mean, you could get really, I think the damage die is really mostly useful in determining, like, did you end up hitting with the flat a little twisted? Did you end up hitting with a really clean, so something like player describes, I take my sword and slash at his head. Well, where on, we know it's going to hit his head probably, but if we miss, boom, we just totally miss, no problem. But if we hit and we roll like a 1 on our D8, then it might hit the top of his head and just, dig into the bone, but not get into anything super dangerous. Now he's just bleeding into his eyes. If we roll an 8, maybe we hit his neck and we kill the dude instantly. If we roll, 2 or a 3, maybe it's a good hit, but the edge alignment isn't on, so it, it digs into the tendon in the neck, but doesn't sever anything super important. But he is still bleeding profusely. Different abstractions like that. Could be. I also like knowing where I get hit. This is a good point, Dean. Getting armor while you're standing that's well made and fitted to you doesn't hinder you nearly as much as people think it does. The moment you get knocked on the ground, now armor is comically hindering. Which is why so much of armored combat is focused on wrestling. Particularly why Fiore de la Berry says wrestling is the basis of all melee combat, and you should learn how to wrestle before you ever pick up a sword. What is a sneak attack? Well, it's location, but crit is also kind of location. But there are also optional rules for called shots. So, I want to talk about that separately in a bit, because I think that's actually fine.
before you go there, I want
Yes.
to talk about this armor not hindering yourself that much
Yeah.
until you
Yes.
get hit by a blunt weapon.
Yeah. Like if
And then
I,
the blade don't slide well
Yeah.
on each other.
Yeah. For example,
And
these
armor
getting hit-
hinder you a lot.
it is very common for,
Yeah.
and it might hinder you in a non-combat way. Something you'll see in harness very commonly is you'll take a hard hit to the hand, and it's no problem then.
But then you cannot
the
open
sparring
your
is
hand.
over, and you're trying to drop your weapon, and you're just like, oh shit, and you have to have
Yeah.
somebody else to like pull the
But-
gauntlet off, and yeah,
When it's in the plate in the elbow and stuff
Yeah.
like that, or sometimes like
Or-
you know the
Yeah.
placard, the breastplate is kind of like
yeah.
in two parts, right? Like the top and so you can like
right. So you can't
moving
flip
like
it
that is
anymore.
open.
Yep.
If you got a dent there that lock those two plates together,
Yep.
that hinders you a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Now you're gonna have to fight like a robot. Yep. Or in
And that's hard to
shoulders.
simulate.
Shoulders especially makes it like really difficult to get any
Yes.
power with your strikes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the fingers especially though. Fingers and fully articulated gauntlets, they pop off all the fucking time. They seem like the best of both worlds, where it's like I get protection and I get to keep my dexterity.
Yeah. Oh.
They're really only good for like 1 or 2 hits, and then they just fall off, and you're just wearing leather gloves.
There's a reason why people went to mittens a lot.
Yeah.
But like you said,
Mittens,
mittens oftentimes you get it in them,
Yeah.
and then they won't open anymore.
Or the
That's not a big problem.
the demi gauntlets where it's just this bottom section here, and your fingers are
Yeah.
totally free. Those kind of suck though. I like my fingers, but I'm not doing this to the death. So
Yeah.
and
People maybe don't. You're not getting it with hammer either.
this is also true. Yeah. No, there's there's unfortunately no safe way to spar with with warhammers.
Yeah.
You can make the rubber ones and kind of simulate it pretty good, but
also like who would want fucking spare in a realistic manner with an armor that can destroy your armor?
Right. Already, even with swords, I mean, you're having to do repair like all the time. If you spar for an hour, expect to be in the workshop for an hour.
It's fucking pricey, right? Like we're doing it for fun, right? It's so hard to simulate nowadays in the modern context.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That we can't really get a realistic expectation of it. That's why I guess that's probably why a lot of people like do like the blausen. What's the word?
Oh, bloßfechten, literally like naked fighting, like but unarmored in the
because like if you fight in armor, like yes, your armor will get dent and broken all the time, and then you have to fix it or pay somebody to fix it.
Yep.
But that's annoying, but it fucking save your life, right?
Yep. The cross guard on a so the quillins and the schild here on a late period longsword.
Feather.
Featherschwert. The feather sword.
Feather sword, literally.
Yep. And then the S guard on some early side swords. This is a Bowie knife, of course, but S guard there.
Aggle on a messer.
Yep, more on the bound there.
Right there. How convenient. I should bring my sword downstairs. I would look such an idiot.
And then the Debo on a Dusek or mini sabers, yeah. And then you had like the full, clamshell style basket hilts and all sorts of stuff. Yes, a lot of times the hand protection was built into the weapon. That is a good point because that's almost never modeled in the weapons. That I think would be a better differentiation than damage. Is that a dagger is way harder to defend yourself with than this. I can defend myself super easily with the longsword. It is a great addition to how well I can defend myself. A dagger, yeah, I can defend myself with it, but it's a lot harder than when I've got cross guard and just the amount of structure, and I can keep quite a bit of distance between me and my opponent, which helps. That is a huge defense, is in and of itself is reach. What else was there? Yeah. This, I guess, this is like abstracting that a rogue has like knowledge about, uh, what would I say? Knowledge of vital spots, that sort of thing. It's kind of a weird one, or like the skills in going up against
Oh,
somebody.
you're a rogue, so you know that stabbing somebody in the fucking
Right.
heart
In the
is
neck
very
is, it says,
effective.
is a good idea. Yeah, exactly. Kudaros is a there are a lot of good rules in that system. Parrying daggers are a thing, but here's the problem. It's parrying dagger by the nature of a dagger being a dagger, I can really choose to either defend with it or attack with it. It's very hard for me to do a single tempo action, whereas anytime I cut with a longsword, I both cut off this line of attack and attack you at the same time. It's just a very efficient weapon in that sense.
That's a bit that has been a topic lately in maybe a month or two ago in the sword YouTube kind of community, right? About like off-end weapon, right? And having a stick
Yes.
in your offense, or having a sword in your offense, or dual fighting and stuff like that. That's something that often come back, right? And we see that with a sword breaker and shit like that, and people like think, oh,
Yep.
those things are very effective and shit.
Swordbreaker, the Mangosh. There's a reason they were
Mangosh.
pretty. There's a reason they were pretty short-lived. Is something I would say.
I don't like the mangosh, the one with the spring, like spring
Mhm.
loaded with like, I think those are too gimmicky and too like fail prone to
Oh
failure.
well. Typically they weren't spring-loaded; they were fixed. But
With the tree prone?
that's you're thinking of like the three-pronged Katars.
No, I'm talking like there's a mangosh, right? European mangosh
Yeah.
that has prongs springing up from the side from the main blade. That was a thing.
I haven't seen that one. Typically, a Mangosh is just.
Really?
Yeah, I have one. I can go grab it.
No, a mangosh is like an up-end dagger, right?
Yeah. Typically,
With a
the quillins on it are cocked a little bit to the side so that they're better for parrying. And then my middle finger here is the blade.
I don't know if that's typical.
It isn't the ones that I've seen in the museum. I've seen a few museum pieces.
No, I think mangosh is dagger that you're meant to use in the off end, right?
Right.
And they have a various adaptation to that. Sometimes they have a knuckle
a Debo or knuckle bow, yeah.
Like nickel bow. Not a nickel not a knuckle bow that goes around the end, but like kind of like a naggle, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
But is on the side that would be fit for your left hand, stuff like that. Sometimes they have
okay.
prong.
Those are typically called trident daggers, what you're talking about.
Sometimes there's that.
I've never actually heard of that. I learned something today.
But sometimes they are like spring loaded with like blade that stick out of the like, they kind of look like this goofy fucking like
that's
Corgan sword, right? In Islander.
That's the trident dagger as they call it, which is like a specific subtype of Mangosh. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the vast majority I've seen they're basically little mini rapiers. It's like if you just cut a rapier off at the at the end.
But
interesting, odd, yeah.
Obviously, it's better to have like something in your offhand than nothing.
Yep.
When you fight with a rapier, great weapon for duel. Maybe the top weapon for duel.
I like living, and if you watch rapier duels in especially in tournament, you will not see a weapon that has more doubles. Maybe dagger. Dagger.
That was interesting of hearing your opinion on that.
A rapier is a really, really good weapon at killing the other guy, and it's an awful weapon at saving yourself.
But if you had a mangosh to it,
but typically if you have a mangosh, the other guy does too, and you get into the stupid parry well, now we just come back
And
around.
nothing happened.
We just do the same thing again. You get into the same thing with daggers where you'll make this strike, the other guy makes this strike, you throw these out, and then you just extract and you just do it again.
Like,
yeah.
if both guys have like rapier and
Yeah.
sword breaker,
Yep.
like, oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I got your blade,
Yeah.
you got my blade, and now we're like this.
Yeah. In these
Oh.
really stupid stalemates over and over again. Yeah, yeah. And you just end up, because they're so thrust oriented, it's very difficult to see the intention because you're watching, a thin metallic thing going in this direction. So the intention's really hard to get. You have to work for the bind. I believe Camilla Agrippa specifically says you should give your opponent the bind on purpose because it's so hard to use your visual sense to
That's so
engage.
interesting what you're bringing there, right? And something
Mhm.
that's would be so hard to account for in
Mhm.
RPG, right?
I don't know of a way to do the bind in an RPG
Because
like
for
that.
people watching at home, right? Like,
Yeah.
you get what I'm talking about, and I get what you're talking about. But for people at home watching that are not used with sword, trust-centric sword, judging the range
So
and judging the
hard.
intention is so fucking hard.
That injury that I mentioned from last Saturday in that Polish tournament, it was two pretty skilled dudes who had offhand daggers. What did they do? They faked the dagger out there as if they're going for a defensive action, then just duck off the line, and they both stab at the same time. And they're both in range to stab, and they both land because they both step off. They step off of each other's respective center line into the new center line and just end up getting
Because
bang bang.
That's a big advantage, that when a blade is like pointing at you, right, facing you,
yeah,
it's so hard.
Yeah,
to
and I can kind of
really
demonstrate
gauge
that.
how far it is.
This is sending a decent amount of information at you, and
Yes.
it's protecting me from this line at the same time.
Yes.
This is giving you pretty little information because we're actually quite bad at depth perception compared to something like a bird, which has really good depth perception.
Really?
And
I never fence against the birds.
well, they can tell from way up high, lock onto a moving target. But this is quite difficult to determine the distance on, and it protects me in no direction. Right? You can attack me here or here or here, and I would have to move again to protect myself from it. So thrusts are Fiora de Liberi compares thrusts to a viper, which is that they're incredibly deadly, but if you get past the head of the animal, that animal better watch out because now it doesn't have pretty much anything to defend itself with. The snake from the neck back is a pretty useless animal.
Which is not true for all trust-centric sword either, right?
Yeah, that's also true. True.
Some rapier can still cut pretty well.
Yeah. There's a reason the English typically called them cut and thrust swords.
Yeah. They are trust-centric.
Yeah.
But they can still cut.
They can't. Yep, they can.
Until you go to the fucking small sword.
Small swords and the occasional rapier that wasn't sharpened, and which, if you look at the treatises, they show you overwhelmingly thrusts. It's very rare that they show a cut, but yeah, they do happen. This is a good question, I think, in the midst of all of this. How would you prevent a more detailed RPG damage and combat system from getting bloated? Roll to dodge, determine hit location if hit, apply armor, determine wound severity, determine wound effect, ? Yeah, so Shadowrun 5th edition really has this problem where you roll to shoot the guy, and then you have a bunch of different, things that happen depending on if you're shooting automatic or burst or a single shot. And then, or if you're in melee, if you're using a martial art and you're using, a special kind of, a strike, then that happens. Then they roll to try and defend against it. I have no issues with this so far. They don't roll for damage. Damage just happens. But now your armor...
Is it a fixed number?
Huh?
Is damage a fixed number?
It's a fixed number. Yep.
Oh, okay.
For the weapon. Or if it's for the gun, the ammo that it's using, which is interesting. But then
That's
you
interesting.
roll the application of armor is also rolled, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, your armor, armor soak, and it's like generally regarded as the worst part of the most annoying part of the system, the armor soak. Determine wound severity. So then you would determine if it did get past your armor, then it does lethal damage. If it didn't get past your armor, then you find out how much stun damage you take. And it's just, and now you see how many boxes you have remaining, how much of a minus you have right now. It's a lot to do in what's supposed to be a tense situation. I pull my gun, I go bang, and then we're sitting here going, okay, it's just like, yeah. So
that's a big problem too, right? It's like, you're supposed to have like a situation that's like tense and adrenaline, like going fast, and like your life is on the line.
Right.
But wait a minute, stop and do math.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think a good way to solve this is to accomplish multiple things with one die roll. So, for example, in the system I'm working on, I'm having degrees of success. So if you fully succeed, sorry, I just got distracted by Kate Little's comment there. The thought entered my head. If you fully succeed as the attacker, let's say, and it's a opposed roll. So if you fully succeed as the attacker, you both get to decide where you hit and what condition to apply to that area. If you just normally succeed, you get to decide where you hit, but they decide what condition to apply. Or sorry, the inverse of that. They get to decide where they are hit, but you get to decide what condition to apply to them. So
what the condition like?
Bleeding, broken, winded, concussed, things like that. I'm still working on it. But depending on where you're hit, you get hit to the head, you might be blinded, deafened.
I like when you have choice coming in.
Right.
Yeah.
That way it's sort of, with one roll, you're kind of simulating that the defender is putting their arms in the way. So you did still hit them, but you didn't hit them in the head like you wanted to. They ended up blocking the strike with their arm, and you get to decide that their arm's cut open and bleeding.
It's interesting. It's interesting, and it's very different than what I'm doing, but similar in some way. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah. So that way we get the combination of things there. Armor, I have not. It's not. That's a section I'm working on. Kind of thinking of, because it is interesting. That one is. You can either have armor as simply preventing conditions from being applied, so it'll really limiting your choice. Like if you hit somebody who's wearing a helm, you're probably not going to apply bleeding. Maybe it prevents the bleeding condition from being applied, so you can concuss the guy, or you'll have to get into a grapple. Like lift his visor and then start.
Is there a level to the condition, or just like you're this or you're not, right?
Once each body part can only take on so many conditions before it's unusable, or in the case of your head or chest, you're knocked out.
That's interesting. That's an interesting way to do it.
Yeah. So that's the way that health scales in the system. So if you do have like a greater constitution, like you're a physically bigger dude, your arms can be bleeding a lot before you fully lose the use of them.
Because I think the big part when we're designing RPG is we have to kind of like pick and choose where the abstraction are going to be.
Right, because you have to have some abstraction.
Yes.
Even in sparring, even if we're doing it in real time, we have abstractions like quality of hit. We just decide, sure, that was a good enough hit because we're not sparring with real swords.
And even in like traditional sparring, right? If we're doing like kickboxing and shit like that, right?
Yep.
Like we say, like that's something like like I'm a fairly strong guy, if I may say so myself.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know that at home, but I'm like fairly strong guy.
Yeah. That's Max
I
Humble
did
right
have like a
over here.
Canadian
Yeah.
record in some part of
Yeah.
But like when you spar, right? I'm not gonna
Mm.
fucking punch you in the face as hard as I can, right?
Right.
But if we're in a real fight and I
Mhm.
punch you in the face as hard as I can,
Mhm.
you might block the strike,
Mhm.
but my strike might go through your block
Right.
and still
Right.
fucking hit you in your face, right? I mean, it'll be
Mhm.
your own fucking fist gonna hit you in your face.
Yep. Seen that happen
So,
before.
and when it's something that's hard to abstract. Yeah, exactly, right? Just like,
Yep.
even if like boxer, right?
Mhm.
Boxer rely a lot on their glove.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
go in a you go in a context when there's
Yep.
no glove involved, like like
Mhm.
keeping your hand on your face, right, with
Mhm.
the pillow of the glove, right?
Yep.
Try to do that in your fucking like
Yeah.
bare feet,
I mean,
bare
you can
fist.
just feel your knuckles digging in anyways, right?
Yeah,
Like this
exactly.
is yeah.
Oh man, your fist is on your face.
Yep. That's
All
why
right, I'm just feeling
Bo-
at your face. That doesn't
Boss
bother me
Rutan
much.
Boss Rutan has a really good video on this that he came out with a while ago, where he says, "I'll take a headband and strap a punching pad to the side of my head, and I'm just gonna let you kick me in the side of the head. Do you think you could knock me out?" He goes, "Fucking obviously. That's why I don't like blocking
Yeah,
here. I like reaching, stop stuff before it's
and
reached its
and
max
it's like
power, parry.
more than blocking, just like
Yeah,
parrying, like you want to
yeah.
deflect, move,
Yeah."
right? Just like just
That's
like
why guys
like
often wonder why the MMA stances and the old English boxing stances are
yeah.
so much lower. There's
Yes,
different stances,
and you're
Yeah,
far and you're like that. It's because
yeah,
what? Yeah,
yeah,
you're gonna
yeah.
deflect. You wanna keep your
Or
head away.
so many of the karate forms like this that like look like nonsense, like
Yeah.
you're casting spells, but it's
No, it makes sense.
yeah. If you
Yeah,
imagine the other guy there,
like
this is just me loading up an overhand left. Yeah.
sport fighting
Yep.
makes you good at fighting in the rule of that sport.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
It is what it is. Like what Dean said there, like as Dean said, like end movements, slipping pulls.
Yep.
That's what you need, right? But like when you're in a sport context, sometimes just like blocking with your big padded glove,
Mhm.
especially if you have like this headgear,
Mhm.
that could be good enough. Especially
Yep.
if like
Yep.
you got the big glove, you got the headgear, and we're gonna spar out about like 60% or some shit like that.
Mhm.
Well, then just like blocking is good enough.
Yep. Yep. It can
I won't
definitely
put it
develop
on.
some bad habits.
Mm,
And so yeah, I think generally armor should reduce the types of conditions that you can take. Um, given headgear is a great example, which the Olympic Boxing Commission decided to get rid of, which I think is a fantastic thing because it turns out it prevented you from bleeding and getting cut up, so you didn't see the damage, but they had enough data over time to show actually it increases the amount of brain damage that
100%.
you're getting, the
Yeah.
amount of CTE, because I can punch you harder on one end, and two,
It's not
you're
like that
less.
I can
Yeah,
punch you harder. It's like I
yeah,
have to punch you harder.
right, yeah, that too, and you're not defending it as much because I've got this head thing protecting me here. So why would I have my hands up here? I need to protect my
You know,
body. I don't have any body protection.
that's one thing I was talking to you about like before the stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lately, for fun, I've been
Mhm.
training my eye kick, right?
I can't show
My
you any
kick.
of those.
What? No,
I can't show you
obviously
any
not.
of those right now, but
Yeah, my kick to the head, right?
Mm,
And I was talking to Tyler, like, oh yeah, I don't think they're really useful in a real fight, but like they're fun to be able to do, right? It's like it's mobility,
mhm,
there's some skill involved, stuff like that. I like to be able to kick somebody in the face,
mhm.
do a side kick.
Yeah.
But if you spar and you try to do those,
Mm.
they're so hard to simulate in a safe way. Because if I eye kick you full strength in the face, that's gonna cause like
That's it.
some fucking
Yeah,
damage.
yeah, that's it. Yeah. Um, But if you pull it, it's really easy for somebody to catch them and throw you on your ass, and it's a
Yes.
really big. Just look
Exactly.
up how many sparring etiquette videos there are where it's like, yeah, if you could just get this little tap in the side of your head,
Yeah.
like make an acknowledgement to that.
Yes,
because
exactly.
You're not Yoel Romero. You're not eating that. That's
Yeah. No, exactly. People are like, yeah, I can like
Yeah.
kick you in the face at like 30% strength.
Mhm.
Will you acknowledge that
Yeah,
this would be a fight in there?
Yeah. Yep.
If I did it at 100%,
Mhm. Yep.
probably not, right? You
Yep.
blocked it. Like
Yep.
even if you blocked it, right? You blocked my like 30% strength
Mhm.
kick. But if it was a 100% kick,
Mhm.
I would have fucking kicked you fucking through your block.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like, yes, your end was there,
Mhm.
and then you went there, and then you went
Yeah.
there,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yep.
then you went into the ground, right?
Yep.
It's like I'm a fucking 250-pound guy, right? Like, or close
Yeah.
enough,
Hey,
right?
you've got almost 100 pounds on me. Yeah, that's
If I kick you in the face
yeah. That's
with all
it.
my
Yeah.
mass in,
Yeah.
you'll be on the ground.
Yeah.
Almost,
Yep.
or or close enough
Yep.
that it doesn't matter, right? Just like,
And that's why I wanted to mention to Zonalar that I don't actually mind monk damage dice going up as you level. I think it should.
yes,
I think because that's demonstrating going from the simple basics of your 1-2 left right, because most characters in Dungeons and Dragons don't know how to throw a punch at all. They are not that's not something they're good at. So getting that scaling of being able to
Yeah.
throw punches to being able to throw more and more devastating kicks, and knowing where to target on the body matters even more if you're using unarmed. So that part of the abstraction, I don't actually mind that. I think that's pretty cool. And then at the high level, you're getting the ridiculous dim mock death touch stuff, and so yeah, it is a
I don't
fantasy
know if I
game.
believe in that, but yeah.
Well, it's a fantasy game, so yeah.
But like, if you get punched in the fucking liver,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
kind of getting down.
Yeah.
Like low kicks, yeah.
Yeah.
Low kicks, much more efficient. Like it's all about like a risk reward, right? Like it's like they're very efficient. Low kicks to mid kicks, right?
Yep.
In the ribs and stuff like that. Like people are like get their guard like that. You can punch them right under the guard. Very efficient. But yeah.
Yep.
But eye kicks are fun.
They are. Yep.
Kicking somebody like right on the side of the jaw.
Yep. They're fun. For sure. But yeah.
So when you come to RPG, like it's very hard to like. I wish more RPG would distinguish those different kind of level of abstraction. Like there should at least be as little overlap as possible. Like I'm not against abstraction.
You have to do something.
But one thing should not be abstracted by more than one system.
Yeah. That's the problem. Is I kind of went on a journey of a school of thought, which was I just don't really like subsystems at all, and then went into actually subsystems can be fine. The problem is the way that they are put into practice so often is, like you said, the overlapping, where we have these called shot systems, we have these you have damage resistance, which is provided by things like bark skin and making your skin physically harder. But if I have a layer of steel on the outside of me in full plate, that doesn't provide damage resistance. That makes me harder to be damaged in the first place.
Yeah,
so
it's weird. That's a good point. I never thought of that like that. I never thought on that level.
So there's when these subsystems are interacting with each other in such weird ways, that's when you get more and more of the rules questions and more of the wait a minute, so does that, and you're having to think like, well, damage resistance overlaps, it doesn't stack, just like AC overlaps, it doesn't stack. They both use the highest one, and it's like, okay, that's a good shorthand rule of thumb, but why are these two different things? You know.
I realized, do you believe in knocked out? I've knocked out many people.
Mhm.
I've never been knocked out myself, so I don't know
I have
why.
never been knocked out myself. I have knocked out people in two very different ways. Liver knockout, which is not
Yeah.
they don't lose consciousness, but they are
Oh,
definitely they're
yes.
gone.
It's
The dude
it's
is
funny
like,
because it take like a few seconds before you
yeah,
get
yeah,
like you put them
exactly.
in the and then they
Yeah,
might do one thing and then they're
yeah.
gonna go, oh,
Yeah, and then they
and
just
they fall
start
aside.
stepping like they take like a few of the slowest steps you've ever seen. Like that's like, well, man. And I've been hitting the liver
Yeah,
before, not hard enough to in the fight, but like
yeah.
for after the sparring to go like,
That's something like
geez,
like
fuck, dude.
people talk about the 1-2 combo, right? Like
Yeah,
jab,
yep,
jab cross or jab hook,
yep,
whatever.
yep,
Add a number 3 to that.
yep,
Fucking
yep,
liver punch because like the liver also if you do like
yep,
with the left hand you gotta go on the right side for that like right side.
yep,
Bam.
yep,
Add one of those like so one
yep,
two three bam,
yep.
that's a fucking fight under.
Yep, yep. Follows the
Yeah,
basic principle of high-low. And I've knocked people out by strangling them, which is again a very different kind of
very different guy.
very different kind of knockout
That as well.
than the other two. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, yep. They but they all happen in different ways. I've also seen the little talked about standing knockout, which is where someone has flash KO. Yep. Where somebody gets unconscious and they will not remember anything about it, but they are still moving and fighting back. You'll hear this from fighters a lot of the time where the last thing they remember is their hand being raised after the fight, and they're like, "Okay, I guess I won." But I've seen people get flash knocked out in armor, getting hit by
Oh
if
really?
you're using the rubber hafted weapons,
Yeah.
or sorry, the rubber headed weapons. They got hit by the haft, so right at the point of impact, it just slipped past the rubber, and they got hit in the head in the helmet by the quarterstaff. They fall back. They fall completely limp on the barrier, and then they snap right back up, and it's like, whoa, that guy went unconscious, but just for that split second, like he was still there and ready to go, but like,
That's interesting also because like it's like I never experienced that one personally, but also like because most of my fighting days were like as a bouncer where you mostly fight untrained people, right? Sometimes you get some trained people, but like mostly untrained people.
yeah,
And you know right away, right? It take like fucking like a second or two to know like, oh, this guy mean business. This guy is no fucking shit. But most of the people are just like, yeah, just gonna fucking be done with that.
right.
But like because
Similar.
that's the thing, right? People that those go like those standing knockout, right? It's the training that you got and the muscle memory taking over.
Yeah,
right?
because you're not thinking about it at all. Which was an issue when they had the standing 8 count in boxing, because guys would just know, subconsciously the ref says, raise your hands, and the guy's like, clearly, you can see he's staring off into space, but he does this, and they send it back out there, and it's like that guy is like, he's on autopilot right now. That guy's not all here. That's like I think the like orc ferocity, operating at below 0 HP.
That's interesting. You're fucking brought him fucking back to D&D fucking mechanics.
I think that's actually a pretty good representation of that.
Which is funny because like half orc got full orc don't.
yeah, which is dumb. That I don't know why they did that.
That was the thing because I got knocked out in the last game, right? I'm a full orc, and like was it Zanalar? Somebody in the DM said like, oh, I think like you might have a racial attribute that you can still fight even though you got knocked out. I said, nope, that's only half orc.
Yep,
orc don't got it.
I forgot about that. That's so dumb that happened.
Orc are so weak in D&D when you do that as player.
Well, that's why they're like cowboy vaqueros now, in the enjoying peaceful life on the prairie instead of
yeah. But it's funny because like they're so much weaker than goblins. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Speaking of things that are weaker, crits only doubling the damage dice. and then you roll double ones, and so it's like I crit you for 2 damage. Whereas in lots of the earlier systems, they did it as a balance thing, but like we mentioned earlier, one-shotting stuff's cool, like the having like a heavy pick in a Pathfinder that does 4 times damage on a critical. And I mean, you put a pick in the back of some guy's skull, that's that. That's that.
What is it? Because like the big question was there, like oh, should spear and dagger do as much damage?
Mm.
And I mentioned like like my big point with this video, right, was like, yes, if you have a defenseless target, and you can just like wait on it as hard as you. There won't be much the difference between spear and dagger.
No, why not?
But the thing is, like in most of combat, you're gonna be able to do like probably like a 85% effective rate. Strike.
Yeah, sure.
But with a spear, you're gonna have more of those 85% effective strike than with a dagger. Then maybe the spear should do more damage. Wait, where was I going with that? Oh, so what if we were to do? Maybe we should do something like spear. Do something like 3d4 damage, and the dagger does 1d12. Would that be a way to mitigate that?
Yeah, I was also going to mention
it would be like more like like the spear would be the dagger would be more like a swingy in a sense.
Where it really
more like peaky.
It's a lot easier to just kind of nick somebody with the dagger, whereas a spear, if you hit somebody with a spear, it's consistently going to do some pretty good damage. I think that would be a good way to do it. I think also just the approach to weapons in D&D is wrong. It just it doesn't understand that weapons are tools that have a very specific purpose for them. A spear is for fighting people who are maybe armored, maybe unarmored, at a decent distance. A dagger is a tool for fighting people who are armored, maybe unarmored, at a very close distance. It's very portable. It's something that you're not, if you're carrying a spear around in the middle of a town in peacetime, or especially maybe in wartime, and there are people that you haven't seen before, that should not be an okay. That should not be like a thing that's just like usually accepted. Most medieval towns, most modern towns, most places do not like people carrying military weapons around openly. So you'll need to find a way to get that into very many places. So one of the things of, the dagger does less damage. Sure, it might. It might do less damage. Yeah. It probably should do a little bit less damage because you don't have the structure. Yes, you can penetrate just as deeply, but penetration isn't everything, ladies. But you can just get it into more places. I don't mean on the body. I mean on your person. You're going to be able to take it to more places. Carrying a dagger is something that would be accepted. So yeah, I think the approach is just wrong. Spit, hey, I don't know if you've been here before, but hi, welcome in. Given the aim is to get past your opponent's weapon to strike them, should they not do approximately the same damage, but one is much harder to hit with? I would say one should be pretty much impossible to hit with, because if you're 10 foot away, then you're simply not going to hit with the dagger short of throwing it at them. So I don't think... I think the reach system is kind of the way to solve this part of it, right? Which is to say, in 3.5 3rd edition Pathfinder, the reach system was, if your weapon has reach and a guy is right up in your face, you simply can't hit him with the weapon that has reach. Pathfinder introduces the double system, so the back end of the weapon can be used. I really like that. I think that's super cool. So you have to switch to the other end and use your D6 of a quarterstaff instead of D8 of the spear. I think that's a cool thing. But yeah, if you're trying to use a pike, a 20-foot long pike, and a guy is 10 foot away from you, that's going to be pretty much an impossible task. It's not going to be harder. It's going to be damn near impossible. So I think it's fine to abstract and just say, no, take out a smaller weapon.
That's something very interesting about the reach you talk about, right? Because like and Errol Spit, I also don't think I've seen you before. So welcome if you're new to the channel. And if you're not, well, it's about time you stop lurking and comment on the stream. But what you mean about reach, right? Because that's something I told you, I think, about like when I say like, oh, I don't think those eye kick are usable in combat, right? And in real. But I often say like one thing that is good about them that might make them usable is that they have very good reach. Like I can hit you in the face with a kick when I'm out of reach for a jab. For example, with the jab is like
Right.
the punch with the
Right.
most reach, basically. Right?
Especially the front kick, which is why in the older karate styles, pretty much the only high kick you see is a high front kick.
Does the front kick? The front kick got over reach. I don't know if it has more reach because the side kick.
Oh, this is yearly. Hi.
Oh, hello. The
Yeah.
side kick does include like a bit of a step, right? You kind of do like
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
you're gonna be like that. You're gonna do a step like this,
Yeah.
and then do the side kick, right?
Mhm.
Gives you a lot of fucking range.
Yeah. Mhm.
Like especially if you're okay with hitting with the neck of the neck of the feet. Is that the expression?
The instep.
No, the part you eat, right? The part you hit, right? If you hit with in the bend of the feet, right? Like
Yeah,
because like
yeah.
You can want to hit with the bone with the tibia.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The shin or the instep is generally what you're
shin?
trying to hit with. Yeah.
Is it the instep call where
Yeah.
the
Yeah. The first metatarsal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
the
if
instep.
you're okay with hitting with that, which is not
Mhm.
quite as hard,
Mhm.
but still hard enough,
Good target. Yep. Yeah.
yeah, it gives you a lot of fucking reach.
Mhm. Mhm.
So what was I talking about?
Reach versus the different levels of reach and
Oh yeah.
versus dealing damage, right? Because yeah, you can also deal a ton of damage with them. It's kind of two different concepts, really. But they're that's what I was saying is that it's kind of missing the purpose of what all weapons are designed to do damage. Some are going to do more than others, yeah, but limiting it to just doing more, doing less damage is missing the other parts of the toolkit, which is what weapons are. They're tools. There is a manual, yes, I believe a couple. If you're in armor, it certainly helps. I mean specifically at this distance, right? Because in Dungeons and Dragons, let's say, moving in to close the distance, as Daryl mentions here, is a separate concept from that we're talking about, right? Because you move, then you attack, or you attack, then you move. So I'm saying, say you're 5 foot, you're adjacent to one another. Yeah, the spear's in a shitty situation there. And the dagger's in a great situation. If you're 10 foot away, well, the dagger is not in the situation. That's a non-starter, right? You simply cannot hit in that in that environment, right?
That's one thing I'm trying to solve with Bastard Sword, right?
Mhm.
And I think if I may say so myself, I think I'm doing a pretty good job at it, right?
Mhm.
Like most combat roles are resolved by opposed roll.
Mhm.
And it's a dice pool system with success. And then you compare your success with the opponent,
right?
and the difference. So the most success you have
Mhm.
allow you to do control effect or to purchase damage dice. And to purchase damage dice, you have to be in the optimal range of your weapon, right? And the weapon has 3 range: melee weapon, close, medium, or long. So it might be if you're fighting a guy with a dagger, if you're with a dagger and you're fighting a guy with a spear, you're at long range.
Mhm.
So you would have some malice fighting him.
Mhm.
But if you manage to overcome that, you have to move 2 step in before you can do some damage.
Mhm.
So that's gonna take some of your hits
Mhm.
from your damage roll.
And turn them in. Yep.
Yeah.
What I've done is I've just abstracted as footwork is a skill. It might be overpowered, but if we're talking verisimilitude, footwork is overpowered.
But that's kind of
Uh,
wrapped into that, right? Because if you
right.
roll more success than the
Yep.
opponent,
Yep.
then therefore you're more skilled.
Yep.
And you
There
can
you
allow
go.
yourself more footwork.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if you have dagger specifically,
Yep.
dagger have the specific thing that you can ignore armor if you grab the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Grabbing is a maneuver, so you can
Mm-hmm.
you're fighting a guy with a spear, you manage to grab more success, so you can move 2 step in, grab the guy,
Mm-hmm.
stab him with the spear, and then because you grab the guy, you ignore the armor rating.
Mm-hmm. That's
So it's basically bypassing armor, right? Because
Yep.
armor is
That's a
kind
good
of
way to
damage
do it.
reduction.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm trying to do, right? Like
Yep.
I don't know why. I'm trying to do a game that the EMA people would be happy with.
I'll sign off on it.
I guess I care about those fucking nerds' opinion.
Yeah. Well, we're there's a lot of crossover, I will say. Not like
They're
these
all about
videos.
the riddle of the steel. That was such a good game. Yeah, man. I'll give you something better, Evan.
Yeah, man. That's because that's part of it. That is a good point. It is turn based, right? And it's something that's solved with prepare action, which is actually not a bad idea because you do kind of have to decide what you're going to do in an actual fight. You've decided what you're going to do before it actually happens.
And
It's on the levels of milliseconds, but
yeah,
um
and that's the thing also, like you say, it's a turn based, right?
mhm,
And what I'm trying to do with Bastard Sword is
mhm.
yes, it is turn based
It
because you
has to be, right?
kind of have to
Yeah.
do that with RPGs.
Yeah.
But oftentimes, what I'm trying to do is that oftentimes you're gonna take your turn
Mhm.
out of your initiative number
Mhm.
because you're reacting to something,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And like if somebody attacks you, you're gonna react to it,
Right.
and that's gonna be your turn, right? So
Yeah.
both people take their turn now,
Mm-hmm.
and then you resolve it, and then well, when your initiative number come later on,
Mhm.
you don't have a turn now because you already took your turn.
Right.
So I'm trying to make that in a sense more dynamics,
Mhm.
more dynamic, and
Yeah.
also more interesting, right? But you could choose not to react to the person that attacked you,
Mm-hmm.
and then take your turn normally later.
Mm-hmm.
But it's probably a bad idea.
Right. Yeah.
But it's about choice, right?
Right. Yeah. I had something similar but way more hardcore. When I was starting to design the game, I was designing it from, can you make a tabletop RPG that's not turn-based? I can't is the answer. Well, you can, but it just had so many problems because
Dagger Art is trying to do that, right?
right.
Interesting enough.
I
I'm not
came
sure if
up
they're gonna succeed.
right. I came up with the conclusion that basically the only way that you can do this is have flashcards or dry erase boards and basically write down what you do, then flip it down, and when everyone's ready, then everyone reveals simultaneously what their action is, and that way everything gets resolved at once, and then you can spend stamina to bail on an action and then react to things. And I was like, this is just way too messy. It simulated quite well how messy a fight is, but it's about all.
The way I'm trying to resolve that is that you can choose to act fast. First, you roll at the start of the combat your initiative number, right?
Right.
And that's when you're gonna act. But you can choose to act before your initiative number, but then you're gonna get some malus to your roll.
Yep.
And Also, you can attack you can stagger somebody,
Mm-hmm.
and then you lower the initiative number. So initiative is something that can change a lot during combat. You don't re-roll it, but somebody can actually attack your fucking initiative number and making you slower, basically putting you on your back foot, right? We would say.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can also like take a turn to reassess the situation and re-roll your initiative. Like if
Mm-hmm.
you've been like lower too much, you can say like, "Oh, I'm just gonna take this turn and reassess." So I'm trying to make combat more dynamic in that way without being it like re-roll initiative every turn, right? It's something you control.
Mm-hmm.
It's a choice. Like for me, like RPGs are all about choice, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to maybe act faster?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you gonna just accept that your initiative is one now and live with it, right? Just like, do you want to spend a turn trying to re-roll and get a better number, right? For me, that's what make combat interesting when you have choice to make, right?
Yeah, and they're real choices. I mentioned in my
Mhm.
last video that one of the big issues with Pathfinder Second Edition is that there's a ton of choices, and very few of them are realistic. Right? There
Yeah.
are things like you can make a third attack during your turn, and it's a -10. Well, okay, then these numbers just don't work. I'm just never going to make. So it's like it's a thing I can do, but it's the same as saying I pass. I don't do anything.
Yeah.
So it's like uh, you're disincentivized a lot by the numbers, by the mechanics. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think having real choices and really having a puzzle of combat instead of when it's really easy to figure out um, how to
Yeah.
win the encounter, where
I think
you just walk up and I do the thing that always does the best damage, right?
yeah.
Then
I think you get the sweet spot when like it's like a puzzle of like risk
Mhm.
reward, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, I can do this thing that's kind of safe and get this like little reward, or that is highly risky
Hmm.
and maybe get this high reward or
Hmm.
nothing at all, right? Just like
Yep. Yep.
I think that's when those games get mechanically interesting.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
When you have like because oftentimes like you don't want the game to be solvable in a sense.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say there is that like the worst uh it becomes a problem when damage is uh just um is the only differentiator, or like in AD&D the only differentiator is speed. And it's like, well, why wouldn't I use a dagger, right? That's the thing that's the fastest. Or why
Yeah.
wouldn't I use a spear, because it's got reach and it does more damage. Well, if you have to choose between the thing that does more damage but it's only useful at certain ranges, or it can't penetrate armor, now you're more incentivized to play like a medieval man at arms and be carrying multiple weapons. That's
Yes.
something that I wish was mentioned here, because they
Yeah.
don't mention the role of the dagger, which
And
is
swapping between weapon, right? Just
yes, which is, well, the switch hitter, where once they get past your big huge pike, well, you're supposed to drop the pike, and it gives you enough time to draw a
yeah.
sword, and then you got the guy on the ground. Well, now's the time to draw the dagger and start hunting for those weak spots. Where else is a dagger useful? About town. It's
Yeah.
probably the only weapon you can legally carry, or probably the
And,
best weapon you can legally carry,
and
at least.
that's one thing I was mentioning when I was like, oh, you can like spend your hits, right? Like so the success you
Mm.
have above the opponent's success. So those are
Mhm.
called hits. You can spend your hits for control effect or for
Mhm.
damage dice.
Yeah.
Control effect or like
Ooh.
I move one step in or I move one step out, right?
Mhm.
So you're fighting with a
Yeah.
spear
Yeah.
against
Good
somebody with a
idea.
sword, right? The sword want to be one step away, the spear want to be two step away. So, and you need to be in your effective range to cause damage. So,
Mhm.
am I gonna drop my spear and draw my dagger, or
Mhm.
am I gonna try to step away
Yeah.
and still use my spear? Right?
Yep.
That's a choice. That's a choice you have to make.
Mhm. Mhm.
that's an interesting choice.
Yep.
Because
And you add obstacles, and it becomes super interesting because now it becomes, well, maybe I don't have room to back up, or maybe.
But also you can push the other guy away too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep.
So there's also this thing, right? And
Yep.
you can even like push the other guy in a specific direction if you spend a little more, right? So maybe there's a cliff around,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So it's also like, and then also mention grab. You can grab the guy. You're the guy. You're the one with with dagger.
Mhm.
Oh, I score 5 hits. I'm gonna spend 1 to grab the guy, and 4 to stab him, and now I can ignore armor,
Mm.
right? And he cannot move away to use his sword.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm trying to do. I want to have this dynamic fight that is more, in a sense,
Yeah.
I think, cinematic, because like there's this movement that is important, right?
Yeah. You don't want to play, which this does happen in real life, but you don't want to play what you call whack fuck, where you both just stand there and you go whack fuck, and you want to move, the puzzle of combat is a cool concept, but only if it represents something in universe, like all mechanics. Yeah, like if the dragon scales are too tough to pierce, so you have to find a way to choke it out or use a ballista or something like that. Yeah, that's the real problem when lots of these guys are tackling things from the perspective of balance, is that you get worlds that don't make any sense, right? Where it's like, well, the dragon can't kill you in one hit because it's CR17, they're level 17, it's supposed to be a fair fight. It's like, well, what the fuck's the point of the dragon? Like, what? The dragons.
How important do you think this is to be able to kill somebody in one hit?
Depends on the setting, because something like the setting of Galarian establishes that in the Dark Ages, gods on the material plane have died and their power has been scattered to humanity. So characters they're not normal humans; they're very much godlike, incredibly powerful, inherently magical by just the planet that they live on. So I think it depends on setting a lot. I think it depends on tone. But I think especially in systems and tones like that of Dungeons and Dragons, you want to play, the zero to hero kind of thing. That's part of the draw of it. So I think you should be able to get one shot at some point, because that's what makes the early level, having a character that survives through those tough early levels special, right?
I mentioned earlier, like this paraplegic guy with a gun killing the Joko Willings kind of guy, right?
Yeah.
For example, right? Just like throwing name out there.
Right.
Is that a name that people will know who I'm talking about?
It's a name I'll know, Joko Willings. Our Sam Hyde fans in here will understand why that's funny.
We know who that is. Yep. And I assume most of my people watching me are Sam Hyde fan. But anyway, just like, this well-trained, amazing kind of buddy kind of fighter, right? Just like whatever, just like, Joko Willings. But I think it's still be possible. It's still be possible that this fucking little lowly goblin would kill this tough guy in one shot.
Yeah.
I think the system need to be able to allow this. I think a lot of systems don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mentioned, like dagger. If you have more than 3 hit point, you will never be killed in one shot. If you have more than 6 hit point, you will never be killed in more than one shot, in more than 2 shots. I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I think that becomes a problem if it doesn't scale to some extent, or you don't have something I really enjoy are Pathfinder's troop rules and mechanics like those in most games, where you have enough of somebody ganging up, it's just an auto hit. They don't roll. They don't roll to hit. They just do damage. Because eventually something slips through. It doesn't matter how. Like if more than even if you're in armor, if you've got like 6 to 10 guys jumping you, they're gonna find a gap, or they're just gonna you'll just get put in the press.
That's also a thing, like with the static AC, right? Like
right.
oh, you have an AC of 21 for some reason, right?
Yeah.
And like you can have like 10 guys that try to hit you and all miss.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
whereas if you consider them as coordinated enough to take the guy down, and then eventually somebody's gonna hit, somebody's gonna just off of luck find a gap at that point. So,
but also at some point, like you're overwhelmed, you're focused on those other
Right.
guy, then
right.
somebody like is gonna hit you in the
Yeah.
back,
Yep.
and
hmm
yeah, it's like
Yep.
it should be a bigger problem than D&D put it to be, right? Just like
Yeah, right. It's not what is it? It can often feel sometimes like some of the goofier Hong Kong action films where you're fighting off like 20 dudes at a time and you can never get touched. Whereas, yeah, it's what I always like about Jackie Chan's films is that he usually takes a beating in those in his movies. He's very rarely an untouchable action hero. If he's fighting multiple people, it's really rare for him to not get hit in the back, and pretty beat up from there.
what's happening to Jackie Chan? Yeah, has he done any movies soon? Any?
He's doing the new Karate Kid movie.
Really?
Yep, he is. I think he's playing Mr. Miyagi. I haven't looked up into it.
Didn't even know there was a new Karate Kid movie. I don't
Yeah,
watch movies much.
It looks like it could be good. I like Ralph Macchio, so that's
What?
I like Ralph Macchio. That's
I don't know what that is.
Daniel LaRusso, the Karate Kid.
I don't like him.
Oh, you don't like him? I respect any.
Cobra Kai. I watched Cobra Kai this summer or this spring, I guess.
Are you caught? I'm not caught up with that at all.
I watched it all.
Oh,
I didn't like it.
None of it?
I like I think season 3.
Yeah, I was about to say season 3 with Terry
I think
Silver
season 2 was good.
Yeah.
Season 1 and 2 and the rest after that, not so much. But season 3 I think was pretty good.
I liked season 1 through 3, so really that's it's got good actors in it, so
yeah.
Got good actors in it, but it could. I respect any guy in his 60s that can does all his own stunts. So
yeah, but it's just like they made the character like too unrealistic, right? Just like
they turned him into an asshole
with like teenage kind of fucking, yeah.
But he is. You say unrealistic, but I work with the older Gen X and Boomers all the time, and
that's me.
Yeah.
No, I'm a younger Gen X.
Yeah, I was about to say you're younger Gen X. The older Gen X,
I'm younger Gen X,
taking a lot more after their parents are like, "Fuck, dude." So there's some of it where it's like, I haven't caught up to the last season. But the guys that peaked in high school, it's definitely like a parody extremist version of that. So.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm all for like some kind of revival of like a martial art kind of based movie.
Yeah,
like those.
Yeah. Where was it? What
were we talking about that? Jackie Chan and stuff like that?
Talking about Jackie Chan because he's not an untouchable action hero. He almost always gets hit. He expresses pain. That being unavoidable in a fight. So there should definitely be ways to get around armor. But
it's more dramatically interesting as well, right? Just like when you get beat up, and then you have to make that for me RPGs are a lot about choices,
Mhm.
and it need to be an interesting choice. What weapon you use? Am I gonna use a
Yeah,
spear?
yeah.
Am I gonna use a dagger? Right? If
Mhm.
like it's solvable and there's no trade-off, then it doesn't
Yeah.
become an interesting choice
Yeah.
anymore. It just become like a mechanical choice. Just become
And
like
it becomes a question as to like why do they, your characters are going, why do they even fucking make these things? They're just they were just a worse version of this.
why would I choose the
Yeah,
lesser option? Exactly.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
there's some point, like like there's something like, oh, I like to fight people close and in
yeah,
small space and stuff like
Mhm.
that. Like,
Yeah.
but you don't have any fucking
Yeah.
deficit for using a spear in those situations.
Especially in the small group level, it was, even historically, even if you were just running a pure, historical setting game, it said a lot about the individual mercenary or war band as to what weapons they chose, right?
Yeah.
Like the guys that were still using longswords in like the mid 1500s, that says something about them. And you can read that in like Meyer's works of where he basically makes an argument of like, why am I still using a longsword, and why haven't we switched to rapier and some of the
Oh,
other some of the other weapons
in
here.
mercenary band as well.
Hmm?
In mercenary bands,
Yeah, yeah.
he
So
said
like
that like mercenary should switch to rapier instead of longsword.
they were making some arguments for it because like the Spanish targeteers were switching to a lot of like side sword, proto rapier, and rapier and the targe, the big round shield, um, which was in a lot of skirmish conflict, which was the majority of what there was. The line combat was pretty rare. It was kind of a big deal when a uh, line combat happened.
Because like, so okay, so when we talk about a side sword, right?
Mhm.
They're not quite as long as rapier,
No, not typically. No.
so not quite as long as longsword either.
Mhm. Yep.
But they're one-handed,
Yep.
longer than arming sword.
Yep.
You can have a shield, which you can also have like a. Okay, I see the
Yep.
point.
But he basically makes this argument that the longsword it's a Germanic weapon. The German peoples shouldn't be using a non-German weapon, and makes yeah. This is also a point. Is it's something you need to have with you. Um, he makes some argument for the cultural significance of carrying a longsword over other things. He makes some arguments as upholding a tradition even then.
Yeah,
And then he makes the practical arguments of like, okay, well, you can cut just as effectively as you can thrust with a longsword. You
yeah.
can defend yourself with it more effectively. You can grapple with it more effectively. You're way less likely to double. You're really dominant in the bind. These
Because like
things, you know.
when we talk about like a, it's funny because when we talk about like proto rapier, we often think about like the Munich longsword, right? Which would be like in Germany,
Yep,
which
yep,
has this like knuckle bow and
yep.
more complex hilt
Hmm.
and not quite as long as a rapier
Hmm.
or a long sword in the blade,
Hmm.
but longer than an arming sword, right?
Yep,
Like, so that would be like a German thing as well.
yep.
That's often
Particularly, yeah, yeah. The very Swiss too. I think most of them they found are
yes.
Swiss. Uh,
I was
but
going there next
yeah,
because
um,
then the Swiss, well, obviously they went with the pike,
yep,
famously,
yeah, yeah. But
and the
when
Zweihander
mhm. Yeah,
and the
but
cat Zweihander on one on like for the long sword, for the
mhm,
very long sword,
mhm.
great sword, and then the cat Baxler, right?
Yeah, Katzbalga, yeah.
Which
Um,
I love. It's one of my favorite sword.
yeah, very. I love the look of those.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and
and from the sword I have, like that's probably like my favorite in the end, like in the feel and
mhm.
stuff like that. I love the length. I love the
Yeah.
guard. I love like the feel of the
Mhm.
guard. Yeah,
This is true, but when you're talking about a baggage train, one, you have people to carry stuff for you because you have a baggage train of 50 people, 30 of them aren't combatants. And 2, you're comparing a longsword also to other weapons, other bigger, more cumbersome weapons, any of your pole arms, spears.
Because longsword is pretty easy to carry. Like,
it is pretty easy to carry. It only weighs 34 pounds thereabouts. But yeah, it was a big thing where because the baggage trains, the Longsnecht troops were they were democratic bodies where the individuals had a lot of freedom within them. It was not like you were mustering out as a regimental army where you were given this weapon and maybe you could pick your dagger, but your dagger had to fit between, it had to be between so and such long and fit certain requirements. You were basically expected to equip yourself to within a certain extent. And that was left up to personal choice.
But the Landsknecht, there will still be a standard established, right? They would go like most of them would go with pike and Katzbagler, right? Just like
yeah. There was an informal standard for sure, but you still
and some of them would go with the Flamberge. And they would be known as like double paid soldier.
Yeah,
right?
The Doppelsoldner. Yeah,
double soldner.
Yeah.
So I guess there was some kind of like.
Yeah, and that's part of my argument is when was the last time a TTRPGer thought about a baggage train? Well, when was the last time they thought about any of the practicality of any of this? When was the last time they?
That's
because
an interesting point as well, right?
When you stop being a talking head and a character sheet and actually think about yourself as a physical character within the world, now lots of things have choices. The things that aren't written down in mechanics, the things that are
often like let go on the side, right?
Yeah.
Encumbrance.
This thing does.
Fucking people ignore encumbrance.
Yeah, not just this thing's heavy, but well, shit. I'm not. This thing. I don't have room for this. I'm not putting this. I'm not putting this pike away anywhere. I'm not bringing it through a dungeon. Probably. I'm not.
And that's one thing, right? Like when I play as a character, like I'm not a big fan of like counting encumbrance and stuff like that, like in every little thing, and like make sure you make the mat and stuff like that. That fucking kind of suck.
Yeah.
But when I play a character, I'm not fucking losing every fucking thing I see, right? I'm trying to be conscious of like what I can carry with me, right? And what I can, like like this guy got this sword on it. I'm like, well, so how are you a sword? I'm happy with it. I'm not fucking switching. I'm not fucking carrying that shit on, right? Just like, yes, if I knew I was done fighting, I was going back home. Maybe I would bring it home and try to sell it. But I'm going more into enemy territory.
Right. I don't
more some fighting.
I don't want this thing weighing me down.
Myself. Yeah. I'm not gonna fucking carry that shit.
Yeah. Maybe if you had a page or and you were just traveling light, it would be a nice thing, because a lot of the points of the reason Longsnecht would do what they did a lot of the time is there was a lot of money to be made from it, and looting rights were actually a thing. The lieutenant would generally have like first pick of the field, then you would have the people under that would get to loot whatever after that, and so on and so forth. And yes, they were primarily mercenaries. You did need standards for a mercenary regiment, but the people hiring mercenaries cared a lot more about results rather than who they bought their weapons from and what length specifically they were. So they had a lot of leeway within those standardizations, right? And we can especially see that in the kind of armor that they were wearing, how they chose to armor themselves.
About the Landsknecht, the Landsknecht, right? It's like because they were so efficient what they did, they gained the right to a lot of leeway in a lot of way, right? It's like even like the clothes they were wearing, right? It was still a time when they're like they had like what's the fucking term? What's the word I'm looking for? Sumptuary law? Is that the word?
Sumptuary rights. Yeah. Yep.
Sumptuary rights. And the Landsknecht was like with we're like not subjected to that.
Yeah.
because they were so accepted. Like,
Yep.
so people don't know at home, right? Like
Yep.
in some times, in
Yep.
some place, in medieval and Renaissance time,
Mhm.
you had like laws about what you could wear and couldn't
Yep.
wear,
There
depending
are
on
yeah.
social status, right?
People
Some
were complaining
color,
about the cod pieces. People were complaining about how pointy and long their shoes were.
yes, exactly.
Yep.
So some type of fashion element, some color, some shit like that. If you were a peasant, you weren't allowed to wear, right? But the Landsknechts were exempt from those
Mhm.
because they were so good mercenary and so efficient. And that's why they would go to the battlefield with all those like colorful outfit and slashed out clothing, because like slashed out clothing was a way of saying like, yeah, look how badass we are.
I
We
could
can
afford 2
afford
shirts. Yeah.
I can afford 2 shirts and like
Yeah.
slash this one out that is like become pointless as a
Yep.
shirt. It's
I've got
just
I've got
fashion
ostrich
statement.
I've got ostrich feather. Do you even know what an ostrich is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, right? Just like so they could afford that.
Mm.
Uh
And that carried over to their weapons as well. It was uh part of it is that a longsword's a really complicated weapon to use. It's anyone can swing it at somebody's head, really, but like to really master a longsword is a lot harder than mastering a spear. There's just so much more that you can do with it. There's so much more involved between edge alignment, using the guard, the tons of different guards that you have in it. You have to worry about thrusting and cutting. All of this, well, in a big regiment where you might have, conscripts, you don't have the time to teach these guys. But the professional mercenary, you can trust. You want to use a longsword? I trust your judgment. If it works for you, it works for you. And it's a
well, long sword weren't typical for Linksmith, right?
no. But we have
They would
there
do a
are
lot of pike,
yeah,
short sword,
yep,
the cat's bagler,
yeah.
and
But mm,
flamberge, right? Great sword.
right, but we have found a lot of long swords from the 16th century in and around that area, and they do show up in the drawing depictions a lot. Because a lot of the times you wouldn't need to be fighting in well, it wasn't drag. It was
Well, and also like they were, like they would, I think they would wear more beard than the common German people, right?
yeah, yep. Um,
So they were flamboyant. I don't know
yeah,
if we'd call them femboy, right? Like
yeah.
I don't think they were like a very like
They were very
loose-
they were peacocks. As the males
yeah,
were prettier than the women. That's the way to word it.
yeah.
Um, uh, but yeah, lots of it is the majority of the fighting that the Langsneck did as roaming baggage train. It was small skirmishes where a pike block maybe didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like the targeteers get forgotten about a lot because it's really helpful. If you can move around, a pike block becomes a lot less good just because it's harder to adapt to a changing front line really quickly when your weapon is 20 foot long and you're in a block and there's 50 dudes who have a sword and shield that are able to fan out and dart around and surround you. Likewise with a longsword, if you don't have time to get on armor, you don't have time to get in the line, something goes bump in the night, that's just the first thing you picked. It's a great weapon, fighting a lot of the German peasants revolts, where you would randomly come upon, fighting lots of brigands, if you're just on a general mission to keep the streets clean, and you
Fighting
just,
what was the name, like Gods von Bellinger?
yeah, Gus von Berlichingen, yeah, who had,
With his peasant revolt.
yep, yep. Um, but so lots of these were it was not like you were in the high medieval period, 100 years earlier, where you're fighting these pitched battles and you're gonna fight on, all right, we've been sent a letter, we're gonna organize, line up everybody. Those pike formations were a big deal when they did happen because it would have been hundreds of different bands of Longsneck, joining under one flag. But for a lot of times, they were dealing with small stuff. They were accruing experience in these little skirmishes here and there.
But you know, like that's when I look at war in that way, right? Just like, oh, we're like a few thousand men, and we do a pike formation. We try to push your pike formation, and like at some point you rout, and then oh, there we go, we won the fucking day, right? And then that's the result of this war, basically, right? Just like,
A little different with the 1527 sack of Rome.
yeah.
That one they got in. That one
But like,
they
and then what we got
right?
like 2 days, right?
Yeah.
It seemed like you know, I'm not specifically anti-war, right? I think war is a good thing. I think war is there's some nobility in war and stuff like that, but not in modern war. Where just like, you know what you I don't know, it's just like I don't know, it's getting political now. I don't want to, especially nowadays with like
Well,
those
super
bomb flying
recent.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't compare, right? Just
Right.
war is peace, exactly.
Yep.
Mr. Sons with Mr. Max, apparently. Yeah, I'm not anti-war, but I hate this modern war. We're just like throwing money at the problem, right? So basically, like the best merchant is gonna win. The best fucking greedy merchant is gonna win, and I don't like those merchant like rubbing their hand and just.
People are so far removed from the what the war actually is too, because we well, you know, you'll be like-minded on this. You know, we live in you know, a fake democracy where we give people the illusion of oh yeah, the people who aren't going to fight are going to vote on whether or not we have a war or not, and it's like, well, that, you know, whereas in this period, you know, you still had some of the ideas of the warrior kings. You know, they often shifted from the front line to the back of the line, but they were at least there. They were at the battlefield. You know, they were assuming some risk.
Oftentimes on the front line, like it was
Yeah,
pretty much
yeah.
not to be, right? Just like
Yeah.
and like, you know, I'm obviously a federalist, right? I believe that feudalism, if I could say the word, I believe that feudalism is the natural way of human organization. People like tell me like, oh, but like it's so unstable. You had all those peasant revolt. Like, yeah, the peasant revolt is a feature, not a bug. It's like, you know, when the king become a tyrant, you know who to blame, and you fucking revolt against him, and then you depose him, and then you put some new king instead, right? Just like that's a good thing. Now with democracy, it's like, oh no, man, this guy's obsessive. It's getting very political. Is abusing us? Like, oh, we're gonna vote him out of office. Yeah, we don't care.
And then we're going to replace him with John McCain 37.
Yeah.
And we'll just have this
killing him.
Well, yeah.
And he can. Oh, he's gonna retire with all the money that he stole. What the fuck care, right?
The golden parachute concept. You jump out of the building with the burning building with the golden parachute, and all the guys are like, "Yeah, we threw him out of the building." Well, yeah, the building's burning down though. You haven't solved the problem. Right.
So that's the point I want to make about like earlier when guns come into the warfare thing, right? Guns and bomb and missile and stuff like that, right? It becomes just about like, oh, who can throw the most money at the fucking problem, right? So you know, when we see like all wars or banker wars, that becomes very, very, very fucking true when you go into the modern warfare with mechanical warfare, basically. Like when it's not about like a bunch of guy with shield and spear pushing it against each other. Not about like, oh, we have guns and bomb, and I'm gonna kill you from 300 meters away or whatever, right? It's like without even fucking seeing the blank of your eyes, right? Just like
it's not a great anime, but it makes a really compelling when it gets around to it, it makes a really compelling statement on it, which is Gundam Wing. And yeah, there you go. If you're playing the drinking game at home, you're gonna be as plastered as Max. No, but it makes a really. They start developing sort of some of the first drones. This was what 94, 95 when this anime came out. So you know the first like autonomous vehicles were kind of coming out around this point, and they're making like this honorable stand against against these AI drones, removing honor from the battlefield, even from a mechanized thing, from something you pilot and you're actively engaging in combat and engaging with the lives you're taking, to an engineer that built the thing, and then he sits at home. He might be in bed while his creation is out there killing.
If you cannot smell the guy you're about to kill, there's no honor to it, right? You need to be able to smell him.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just kind of a logistical problem. It's
Yeah. What was saying? Like somebody was saying, like, didn't Canada just select the banker? Also, yeah,
Oh no, you get this.
Yeah. Did Canada then elect a banker? Yes, we did. But Canada is a lost country anyway. So
Elect.
how many French king have to? Yes, exactly. Have to die. Some change his mind. No, dying king is not gonna change my mind. I love dying king. I love people to be ruled by king, and I love those same people to kill their king. That's the system. That's the system working well.
Yeah.
You get ruled by kings, and then when the kings get shitty, you kill them, right? That's the feature, right? But yeah. Anyway, we're not gonna get solved tonight.
No, but
you got all 5 tiles, your friends. Yeah, goddamn Pathfinder. What are all the 5s?
I would assume it's martial arts, Pathfinder, Gundam. I don't know what the other 2 are, but
your barman. But you didn't talk about it tonight. Serving cocktail.
I don't think I did. No,
I don't think you did. Yeah.
Mentioned I can't drink right now, but yeah. Well, I technically can. I probably will have a drink, but I just can't drink
you
much.
Drink alone.
It's
not much. What does it mean? Mr. Max is enough barman activity.
Yeah.
Fucking
the random props. Martial arts and historical reference. Well, they go hand in hand. They're hardly 2 things. I don't know if you can count that, but
yeah.
But I guess even with 4, you got a free space, so yeah, fair enough. There's bingo. But yeah. So in summation,
yes, in summation, let's wrap that up.
We got should spears and daggers do different damage?
Yes.
Is kind of the wrong question to ask.
Yeah.
In D&D. Yeah.
Talk about specifically in D&D.
Specifically in D&D, we can say that 5e gets rid of a lot of the rules that D&D already had regarding reach, and it becomes too much of a too loosey-goosey. You're abstracting too many things with too many of the same things.
In 3.5, how much rules did they have about reach?
Reach just had increments of feet, so you wouldn't just have reach or not reach. You would have your standard melee weapons where you have to be adjacent, spears that had a reach of 10 feet, whips and pikes which had a reach of 15 feet, and then ranged weapons beyond that.
So you just have one more step, basically.
You have one more step, and you provoke attacks of opportunities for attempting to move past someone's reach. So somebody gets to make an attack against you for moving into the reach.
Wait, that is still true in 5e.
It is still true in 5e, yep. Likewise, you would provoke an attack of opportunity for trying to draw a weapon. And you simply could not make attacks if somebody was beyond the reach of your weapon.
Which is still true too, no?
Mm-hmm. You also had double weapons where, for example, a quarterstaff is a double weapon. So you could strike with sword. Yeah. So you could strike with the butt of your so Conway mentions that I thought it was different. It's when you leave.
It's not when you move, it's when you leave.
Yeah. So
yeah. But so what are you saying? Like I don't think the 5e is that different from 3.5 in that sense. except that they take away the pike and the whip, right?
Right.
Super long reach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's much more common for individual characters to have more natural reach.
Sorry, I just saw that we've been at that one for 4 hours.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Holy shit, it's late.
Yep, it sure is. That's
Sorry guys, I didn't think we're going that long.
Yep. Well, no problem. People are
conversation.
People are in here talking. But yeah, so sort of, but in specifically the context of Dungeons and Dragons, should they do different damage? I think so, because otherwise there's a lot of questions to be asked about what is the structure of the spear doing here. Is the blade geometry exactly the same here? Probably not. Probably not. And it's a concealable, shorter weapon that doesn't have as much flexibility in its use, or and isn't as good a tool in general for combat, especially combat with bigger creatures, monsters, because we're not only fighting other people, of course. In fact, we're not primarily fighting other people, depending on what the setting is. So yeah, I think they should a dagger should probably not do as much damage or be swingier in the types of damage that it does.
Oh, you don't think it should be swingier?
No, I do think it should be swingier. Sorry, that was two different. It should either not do as much damage, or it should be swingier, or both.
Yeah, because that was my point. Like, maybe it should be swingier, because like for me, the main point is that, like, yes, if you have like this perfect opportunity to do like the most damage you can do with a weapon, they might be equivalent, right? You have a blade there, and you can transfer most of your weight or all your weight to the weapon, and some because of full momentum. So fair, right? Fine enough, right? That it's gonna be equivalent damage you can do with both weapons. But for me, like, because like D&D has this double or quadruple abstraction about like what AC and damage mean, you're gonna have more opportunity with the spear to reach your maximum potential damage than you would have with the dagger in normal circumstances.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they should do different damage because of that. Because like because HP and AC in typical D&D are abstraction. I think other system can do it differently, can do it better, I would even say. But it's interesting to look at.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question to ask, right? How deep do you want to go with your crunchiness in that sense and your weapon damage?
Right.
Stop sharing. So yeah.
Yeah. I think that pretty well answers it. I think that that gives you at least a lot to think about. It should. And that, though, the testing they did is not great, and it ignores a lot of the a ton of the nuance, because combat, especially melee combat, is something that we have taken thousands of years to figure out. And that's something that I wanted to kind of leave as a final note, is that sometimes we think of the royal we think of these people in the past as somehow more primitive or more foolish than us. But you have to remember, it's thousands of years of advancements in military and combat technology that led to the weapons that we're talking about in Dungeons and Dragons.
There's this survival bias, right? Like, what worked is what survived and what we kept doing, right?
Right. And the things that survived are, well, spears for one, and daggers, they become a military implement when armor starts getting really good. That's their specialization.
They also
In the
survive.
military context.
Why not carry a dagger?
Yeah, exactly. They're
Like
practical.
even like later on, like when
Yeah.
you go to bayonets and shit like that, right? Like almost not quite dagger oftentimes, but it's close enough that might as well have one.
Yeah, exactly. Even today, people carry bayonets, people carry knives. The dagger and the spear are things that have lasted. So I think it's a question that's really worth asking, and it's it's something that if it did exist and it existed in decent numbers, it's probably shouldn't be written off as, oh, this is stupid, it has no reason to exist. There's probably a good reason for it, especially because then I do this recreationally. That's those guys were doing it for real. They were their lives depended on it. So there's systematic improvements today with MMA, but those are systematic improvements to unarmed fighting. These guys were fighting with arms and armor, and they had the systems.
It's also like unarmed fighting in a specific set of rules.
Yeah, in that specific context. These guys, Meyer was not the only guy, but this was one of this guy was one of 4 books. He wrote 4 books himself on it. These guys knew what they were doing. They knew what they were talking about. So any time there's a medieval weapon that seems simple, the dumb Game of Thrones, stick them with the pointy end line. It's like, no, obviously it's more fucking complicated than that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken us that long to find these developments in weapons, right? So there's almost always going to be more nuance and more granularity in the thing you're trying to represent.
Yeah.
How much can you build into your game without it getting too messy?
Basically, the main thing I would say, like, right, if I were to talk to Shad about, like, and Shad was doing this thing, like, oh, this like spear and dagger shouldn't do less damage than spear in the RPGs, right, or in video games or whatever. The main thing I would say about him to that, is that a correct sentence? The main thing I would say about that to him is that if you want to distinguish properly spear and daggers and other weapon, you need to get rid of those abstraction, or at least of the overlap between those abstraction. You need to make it clear how good is a weapon to hit somebody and how much damage it does to somebody once you hit them, and maybe the effect the weapon has to somebody. Like, are you stunning him? Are you making him bleed? Are you lumping a limb off? Whatever, right? If you want to distinguish those weapons in a better way and make them more realistic, that's where you need to look at. When you have like multiple abstraction overlapping, it's always going to be a mess. And it's just like, well, that's just how the system works. That's just how
right.
That's it.
Yep. I think that's a good stopping point. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tyler, for joining me.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. I always love talking about this kind of stuff, and it's been nice to at least talk about it since I haven't been able to do it and probably won't be able to do it for a few weeks. Gives me things to think about in my own system, and in hopefully I'll be able to catch some games with you guys in the near future.
I need to do something. Can you talk for a few minutes? I need to do something really quick.
Yeah, sure.
Well, we can talk. Just make your conclusion.
Yeah, there you go. So, in conclusion, D&D doesn't handle weapon differences between weapons the best. It's just not fantastic to have damage as an abstraction, then to hit as an abstraction, then reach as not an abstraction. It's a concrete thing, and then these all they interact in awkward ways to role play. To answer the question in general, should they do more damage than the other? We could get bogged down in the details, and we did. Spear has more structure. Spear, it has multiple ways to deal damage. Spear heads aren't all made with equal, which they acknowledge is they're comparing like with like blade geometry, but that's not exactly realistic, especially when you're talking about some of those things like partisans. So yeah, spears probably should do more damage within the context of Dungeons and Dragons. I think we could play around with more swinginess, more variance in it. Dagger able to do more damage at the peak of things once you're in, whereas a spear is consistently doing more damage just because it is a more consistent, simpler weapon to use, if nothing else. There are tons of things that this question and D&D as a system doesn't consider. Carrying the weapon around day to day, what ranges the weapon is useful in, beyond just does it have reach or doesn't it, how easy the weapon is to use, how
that's one thing. Like when like burden is always one of the first things that get out of the window when people want to like cut some of the complexity of the system. They get rid of the burden.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a big consideration in which weapon you're gonna carry.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah.
Hopefully those are interesting things to think about if you haven't already, or things to adjudicate. I think you could slap stuff on to Dungeons and Dragons if you didn't want to totally design your own system or move to a different system that did things differently. I think there's ways to house rule and modify things if you wanted to. I don't think it would be too difficult, but it does ask wider questions about armor class and hit points themselves. So yeah, that's something to think about.
Yeah. So I was anyway, I was trying to process I wanted to, like I have a new challenge. Last year I did the UNPC challenge. And this year I'm doing the in-character roleplay challenge. And I wanted to set that up as a end of stream video. But apparently StreamYard won't let me. That was delaying. Like he's saying like, sorry, in the studio the outro video finished playing, and I don't know what that means. I'll try it anyway. You might see an outro video about the in-character roleplay challenge. You might not see it. Who the fuck knows? Like, StreamYard is giving me an error, and I'm too drunk to read it. So, this is what happened, right? Just like, at some point, I might or might not fix my life. not be such a drunk. Don't hold your breath, people. Thank you, Tyler, for joining me. I always love talking. Man, you're my buddy. I always love talking to you.
Yeah, no worries.
Out on those fucking issues.
Yeah.
I told you I was trying to make this video. I wanted to get the attention of Shad, right? I don't know if he's gonna watch it, and I don't know if he's gonna watch it all the way to the end when I'm fucking a drunk mess. Especially since he's a teetotaler himself. But whatever, man. Just like, anyway. Go watch this video if you want to see the whole thing. Thank you for you, Tyler, joining me tonight. Thank you for the people that's gonna watch on the live stream, that watch on the live stream. Thank you for the people that are gonna watch on the replay. I hope it gave you something to think about, especially if you're trying to design a game, or if you're unsatisfied with the way that the game deal with damage. Maybe it give you some idea, thinking like, oh, what is damage actually like abstracting and shit like that, right? That's the big point we're talking about. That's fucking
between me
funny.
between me and Max, we're really racking up the liver damage here. That's how much
Yeah.
HP are we taking here? That's there's your question of the night.
Exactly. Yeah. That was a great one, not R. Exactly. I should rename the stream that. But for people at home worrying about that, that was the last of the cider I had, and they only open on Friday, so that kind of limit. So now I won't have more cider to drink until next Friday. Yeah, that's the only thing that saves me. Anyway, have a good night, folks. I'm gonna end the stream, and you might have a video playing at the end, or you might not.
Let's find out.
Let's find out together.
Yep.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Hello guys, Mr. Max here with a new challenge for you today, and this one is going to be the in-character roleplay challenge. I came up with this idea watching DM Bloodward's video when he's doing a breakdown of the Dagger Art role-playing books, right? When they, in the section where they talk about the flow of the game and how role-playing games should be played, and they do a pretty bad job at it. They explain, basically what they explain is that it should all be out of character question, like so much out of character question. They have example like the player asking the GM, how many guard is there on the other side of the door, or can I jump across this gap safely, right? And that's the challenge I want to send to you out there today, is to cut out those out of character question. And obviously this is a challenge more for the people that are not in my usual circle, because those are already trying to do that. So make sure to share this video far and wide so people can see it. Like, I want to see like people, like, you know, people in Critical Role if they want to try it. Like, but people that post actual play of their session, or people that just play, you just play at home, right? Try this out, right? What do? So you stay in character during the session. What does that mean? You cut out the out of character question. There's no GM out there in the world to ask question. If you want to get information about the world, you have to interact with the world. So you want to know how many guards there are on the other side of the door? What can you do for that, right? Describe what your character does. I go to the door, I put my ear against the door, and I listen and try to count how many different voices I can recognize. Or I try to peek to the keyhole, right? Tell us what your character does to gather that information. Can I jump across the gap safely? Who are you asking that, right? Say, I move to the gap, and I look down. I try to evaluate how much damage I would take from the fall. I look how far the gap is. I look back, how much of a running start I can get, right? You describe what your character does, and the GM should pick up on that. That's a challenge for both GM and players, and provide you the information. The GM is there to do this narration and say what is in the world, like how the world is. But your job as a player is to tell us what your character does, right? What your character is, what your character does, what your character says. Another thing to cut, stop asking the GM, can I do this? Can I do that? Especially if you have a GM like Matt Mercer, that is always going to answer with the same way. Oh, you can certainly try, right? The people in Critical Role, I've been asking for a year, Matt Mercer, can I do this? And they got the same answer for a year. At some point, they should pick up on it, right? And stop asking and just try it. Just do what you want to do, right? He's going to tell you can try anyway. The other thing, no testing, no test driving your turn. So, no asking, oh, what would happen if I were to do that? What would be the outcome, right? Oh, what if, hypothetically, right? Like, no hypothetical. You want to know what something's going to happen if you try it? Try it and live with the consequence, right? Try to cut off the out of character jokes. I know though we're all here to have fun, but we're also here to play a game. And try to minimize the mechanical talk, right? There's always going to be some talk about mechanics because we're playing a game, but try to cut them out as much as you can. Try that for a few sessions and see how it feels, right? Does your game goes faster? Can you do more in a session? Are you more immersed? Do you really miss the constant out-of-character talk, like all those little questions? I hope to see other people try that, and let me know how it goes. And I hope you're gonna find that it's a new and better way to play those games. Like I said, make sure to share this video so it can go far and wide, so people from that are not already converted can see it. And I hope that many are gonna try the in-character roleplay challenge. Take care, guys.